Zolon Healthcare Limited. As we all know, Zolon Healthcare Limited is also a member of the EMZO Group. And for us in the EMZO Group, we have been supporting pharmacy practice since 1977. So this morning, we have a short drama presentation. So we want you to just relax and enjoy the presentation. Thank you very much.
Nigeria was hard hit.
Oh my! What a performance from Diamond Dance Group! Little wonder they were the runner-up last year, and they are back with their A-game. Are they going to win this time around? Depends on the defending champion.
This is the time we all have been waiting for. The performance we had all anticipated. The performance of the best dance group in the city.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the Zomo Dancers. Come on, let's keep clapping. The more you clap, the faster they come on stage.
I'm sure you all can hear it yourself that almost everyone that came here today came because of the electrifying performance that made you win last year. And we need to give them something better this year. So I want you guys to go out there and kill it. Bring the trophy again this year, guys. I believe you can do it. If you were here last year, you will agree that they deserve every accolade they received here today. We can't wait to see their star dancer doing it again tonight. And I don't know if you're eager to see that guy dance today as I am, Nancy.
Oh, come on, baby doll. We all know 90% of those who are here today came because they want to see something of Zomo dancers.
Can you hear what they are saying? I want us to be very realistic here. We all know it was Candy's solo effort that made us last year. Now the guy not there. What did they say? What will we do for this stage now? No, Benji, no. Don't talk like that. You don't need to be pessimistic. It is unfortunate that malaria had to visit our star dancers at this crucial period. But what can we do? Do we now say because one of us is sick, we will not perform? I even heard he has been treating the malaria for some time now. But it seems those medications are not working. Benji, this is not the time to focus on the problem. Focus not on what you don't have, but on what you have. And I have you, and you. So go out there and make me proud. Remember who you are.
This is the performance we have all anticipated. Welcome with me, the winner of last year's Dance-a-thon competition, Zomo Dancers! What's going on here? I can't see the star dancer on the dance floor, but I guess this is a stunt by the Zomo dancers, and I believe you will join them in no time. Or who keeps his best player on the bench?
Oh my God, Nancy! The information reaching now is that our star dancer is presently down with malaria and he can't make it here today. Can you believe that? What a day for Zomo dancers! I don't want to sound negative, but what I have seen right here.
Can you beat that? The crowd is disappointed already. The crowd is disappointed already. Oh, what was the day? Looks like a new champion will be crowned today. Wait a minute. What is happening here? I don't know in the air.
personally, I go deal with you. Personally, I rock your body. I promise you go home, you won't tell daddy. I give it to you like you never had it. Screaming, churching, like speaking Chinese. Now waiting minutes, back a boom boom. Now waiting I see Saga, but she know one me. She talks so she know one me. I know go lie, the things within my mind. When I see you dancing, girl, you got me high. And if you wanna try, begin good day tonight.
Side up, do it, I move your body. 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 Let's go now.
For good reasons, you know. And we do good things for bad reasons, you know. We don't keep passing, we don't keep malice. Yeah, we just wanna have some fun tonight. We are the happy people, we are the world. I stay with you. Location, send your location to me. Then I stay with you. Location, send your location to me. Then I shoot it.
Guy, you almost gave everyone a attack. Oh, come on, how did you do it? Your condition when I visited you 3 days ago was very terrible. Where did you get the strength from?
You know, I told you I have used some malaria medications before you came in, but I couldn't see any improvement. Immediately you left, I just remembered Zoma. And I remembered that once Zoma is used with Zegem, then malaria is finished. So I used Zoma with Zegem. Reason why I was able to finish malaria completely.
Zoma? How could you have forgotten Zoma? I thought you already used Zoma, lo. It be like say that made the Nigerian factor they work for Zoma well. No be small.
Especially if you now use it with Zegem.
Correct guy. You sabi. Thanks to Zoma, lo.
And to Zegem too for helping me to finish malaria.
Zoma.
Key message that we are passing across is that we should use Zoma for the treatment of malaria. We all know that malaria is endemic in our society, and make Zoma your anti-malaria drug of choice. And then you should combine it with Zegem syrup. Why? Because World Health Organization, they advocate the use of iron supplementation should be considered in treatment of malaria. As we all know that one of the symptoms of malaria is also anemia. So what we are saying in summary is that treat your patient with malaria with Zoma, which is dihydroartemisinin piperacillin combination, and then combining with Zegem syrup, which is an iron polymatous complex. And with that, I can guarantee you that you will finish malaria and your patient can bounce back to life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. You have seen the magic of Zolon, Zomal anti-malaria. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues. Welcome to the 42nd Annual National Scientific Conference of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria. With the theme, Building Effective Community Pharmacy Services for Universal Health Coverage. Thank you. Before we establish the protocol, we'll move to the next program, which is the Association of Community Pharmacists National Anti-Drug Abuse Competition 2023. Today is the finals of that competition, and the voting will be done here. Before I invite the National Chairman of ACPN and the National Editor-in-Chief, who oversees DIC, I want to invite the schools, the three finalists, and their representatives The first school in no particular order is Junior Secondary School, Kurudu, Abuja FCT. And to represent the school is Ebida Oluwatobi Blessing. Please, can we appreciate them? The editor-in-chief will tell you that over 700 schools applied for this competition, but these are the top 3. Please, can you come up to the stage? Please come up to the podium. Junior Secondary School, Kurudu, Abuja FCT. Representing the school is Ebida Oluwatobi Blessing. Please, can we appreciate? Please, that applause is not good enough, please. Thank you. We invite the second school, the representative of the second school. Ellie Grip High School, Port Harcourt, Rivers State. And to represent the school is Aweke Gift Mary. Aweke Gift Mary. Please, can we appreciate her, please? Please, can we keep clapping? These are potential appians. You can see that women rule the world. The third school is Umusulaim Ado Abba. Okay. Sorry, the school is Al Magili International Academy, Kano. Al Mahi International Academy, Kano. And to represent them is Umusulaim Ado Abba. Please, can we appreciate her? You can see that women, they have other schools. Just the girls. Can we appreciate them? Up Alps. Are there no Alpians in this house? Up Alps. Please, can we appreciate them as they come up? At this point, I want to invite the national chairman of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, Pharmacist Prince Adewale Oladigbolu, FPSN, to be assisted by the head of the DIC, who's the national editor-in-chief, Pharmacist Babajide. Thank you. National chairman, sir.
Good morning, my dear colleagues. Good morning. It's so interesting that this is the 5th edition of the National Anti-Drug Abuse Competition of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria. We have done this for 5 years, and what are we trying to do? We are trying to get the attention of Nigerians, especially the students and teenagers, to the issues of drug use disorder and substance abuse in our society. The prevalence of substance use situation in Nigeria is more than double the global average. Our own stands at 15.5%, where the global average is about 5.5%. And as responsible professionals, we don't want to stand akimbo looking at this situation, because we know that drug abuse and crime are Siamese twins. And sometimes what comes around goes around. We pray that evils will not go around. And that's what we are doing, this thing that we are doing. For this particular edition, over 800 schools across the length and breadth of Nigeria indicated interest. And 87 schools eventually made input. What did we ask them to do? To host a short. Okay. So I think we are going to pause for a while. The representative of the executive governor of Delta State is around. So I will be calling on Board of Fellows member to kindly join me in welcoming him. And I will also call on representative of DC Pharm awardees to please join us in welcoming the representative of the executive governor of Delta State. Thank you. We'll just pause away.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's be upstanding as we welcome the entourage of the Executive Governor of Delta State, His Excellency Right Honorable Sheriff Oborevwori, ably represented by Right Honorable Solomon. the policy advisor to the governor of Delta State. You're welcome, Right Honorable Solomon Funkekeme. A resounding welcome to the Executive Governor of the Big Hat State, the Right Honorable Sheriff Oborevwori, ably represented by his Special Advisor on Policy, Right Honorable Solomon Ufodike. You are highly welcome, sir. May I especially invite the National Chairman of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria to continue from where he stopped on the NADAC competition. The National Chairman, sir, please.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Delta State, ably represented, you are very much welcome. We welcome you, we welcome your entourage. And this event is about to start. And I want to give you information on our National Anti-Drug Abuse Reduction Competition. We do normally have this competition annually among secondary school students. This is the 5th edition that we are having. Sometimes we do tell them to do art competition. Last year in particular, we had a debate on drug abuse, and several schools applied. For this year's competition, over 800 schools indicated interest. About 83 schools eventually submitted entries. What did we ask them to do? We asked them to do short drama skits, and among them, we pre-qualified 10 across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Those 10 were hosted on different social media platforms, and the number of interactions that Nigerians have with those social media platforms were counted to arrive at the 3 schools that were seated here today. So moving forward, what are we going to do? We are going to look at their short drama presentations, which is right now online. And pharmacists, community pharmacists in this room, we rate them, so we get some more scores for them. And then we have a literary giant in the house, Barrister Tade Ipadiola. Please, can you give us a wave offering, please? All right, so that's Tade Ipadiola. He was a one-time winner of LNG Literature Award for Nigeria. So he's here, and somebody else will be assisting him in doing the scoring. So at the end of the day, one of these schools will go on with the ultimate prize of 250,000 naira. Companies are also listening to me, and I know that last year it was greatly enhanced. So I still look forward to that enhancement of the gift prize today. So at the end of the day, they are going to recite some poem. They are going to be rated. Community pharmacists will rate them, and then we will conclude our phase, and then we'll start the opening ceremony proper. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the best of Nigerian students. Thank you very much. It's for the crew to play.
Yes. So thank you so very much. Please, can we appreciate the National Chairman of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria? Thank you. The competition for this session, for the finals, is that the clip for each school will be played. After playing the clip, then the representative will do 2 minutes, 5 minutes of spoken word poetry. I think the clip will last for 2 minutes. Then the representative will do 5 minutes of spoken word poetry. They'll be judged on these two presentations. So please, the media, can we have the presentation, the clip from Junior Secondary School, Kurudu, Abuja FCT? We hereby invite Miss Ebido Oluwatobi Blessing to do her spoken word poetry. Thank you. Please, can we appreciate her?
Good morning, our esteemed dignitaries on the high table, our panel of judges, our accurate timekeeper, co-contestants at the audience. My name is Ebida Oluwatobi Blessing, and I am a student delegate of the Junior Secondary School, Kurudu, Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The title of my poem recitation is Drug Ends All Dream. I dream to become a community pharmacist. I dream to become a doctor. I dream to become a lawyer. I dream to become a teacher. All these dreams are all high in my mind. I can imagine how wonderful I'll be in my professional wear. I love to become who I have always wished and dreamed to be, shining and radiant, adoring in my beautiful wares. But now, all these dreams are crushed. Just this small but mighty, thou hast wrecked lots of life, thou hast weakened the strong, thou hast pulled down the giant, thou hast caused havoc in millions of life. How destructive thou hast wasted talent and gifts with treasures. How wicked thou hast cast down the high and low. Oh, those who don't know you cherished you dearly as they stagger up and down and become insane, having no destination. Oh, many have been deceived by just a little intake. Oh, many have been the great, the intellectual. Many of them have been sent to the grave untimely. Oh, many has been mad all because of this. Oh, many who were endowed by the Creator has become miserable. Oh, many have been so deeply entangled to you, tramadol, and with a poof from shisha. Just a little leaven leavened the whole lump. Golus have enslaved you by pleasure and not leisure. All the ambitions are gone. All the professional ways are no longer existing in my mind. I can't seem to see any future ahead. I am down with the trauma of whippities. I am down with the pain of a forever gone dream. I caused it at the expense of momentary gain. All from drug abuse. All this from a simple curious pleasure. Oh, how I wish we could avoid you. Oh, how I wish we could just ignore you. Oh, how I wish we could listen to the warnings. Oh, how I wish we could say no to you. Our dreams will have been fulfilled. Our goals will have been realized. Our community will have been calmed. Our society will have been sanitized. All from drug abuse. Oh no. Now, for those still consuming that small but mighty, I, standing here, sincerely advise you to bring an end to such acts because drug ends all dream dead. Now, we pledge to say no, no, no to you. Thank you.
I think we can do better than that. Thank you so very much, Ms. Ebido Oluwatobi Blessing. We'll call on the second school. The media person, please, can you play the clip from Early Grip High School, Port Harcourt, Rivers State?
This wasn't me, but this is who I have become. Crushed, destroyed, and full of regrets. I used to be the good girl, intelligent with a bright future. Life made me walk through a rocky path. Then I stumbled because I wanted to belong.
Funny story. Yesterday, this fat girl was coming downstairs. So as she on the process, she just fell down flat on her face.
I just wanted your discussion. Like, it was so fun. I'm a new girl. Wow. Why you? I really like your dance. I just.
We are not compatible. We are not compatible.
It's not you!
So, let's go.
Sorry, sorry.
Sometimes I just wanna kiss girls, girls, girls. Red wine, I just wanna kiss girls, girls, girls. Sometimes I just wanna kiss girls, girls, girls.
I want to be
You know, my gang is only for people who have the ability, so can you do it? Yes. So you do whatever it takes?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, follow me.
Okay. You dey use your function to play. We Asaba.
Sometimes I'm wild. I don't know what's
Think say they wise.
I don't know what's wrong.
Man.
So I've been
Uncolors.
Like I said, this is who I have become. Crushed, destroyed, and full of regret. Now, there's no going back. Stay away from hard drugs.
To my family, I was their pride, a delight, a light. But not until the devil took me on a ride. Now, there's no return. Let me pray as I put together my will. This story comes from a place of deep regrets. My best to forget. My pain's deep. I don't know how to tell. My friends say I look different. Maybe it's because I've been sucking every drop of drugs I could lay my hands on. Getting high is part of my routine. Cocaine, caffeine, codeine, all in my cuisine. Overdoses and shots, too much for a teen. 3 a.m., 4 a.m., I pace in search of relief. But the substance in my vein knocks me out of sleep. I'm losing weight. My eyes are puffy. Mama gives me lessons. She beckons. She says, my child, don't do it anymore. I push it in and try to stay clean. But depression and persuasion push me again. I forsake Mama's wisdom and race back to my homies. Just one last time, and I'm done. 1 led to 2, 2 led to 10. Just one more puff, and another. 20, 30. I lost count. It possessed me, controlled, overcame me. I committed crimes. I forgot my morals. I saw my friends leave. This substance lured me to my grave. It gave the best of highs. I craved them more than lunch in the middle of the day. My throat's achy. I need it. I need it. Without it, I'm sick to my stomach. Aggressive, depressive, destructive. When I can't have it, I'm mad and broken. It aided my distress. It gave me attention and relief. But in all honesty, this is not a joke. All these things I've abused gave me a disease. I'm feeling filthy. I'm an abuser. I've used cocaine, vodka, and marijuana. Talk of Colorado tobacco and tranquilizer. The list is horrible. Not just me, but other livers are crying to be delivered. Ignorant abusers in schools, churches, clubhouses, someone's son, daughter, father, aunt, uncle, even mother. Trust me, this is a global pandemic. You need proof? Check the net. Our young ones are dying. We've talked about the past. Now let's talk about my future. I was diagnosed with liver failure due to my obsession. The misery never ends. I'm staring at death, but I've been doping my soul with hope and positive messages. Don't do drugs if you want to live enough. Learn from my agony. This is not a piece of melody. I say this word to the best of my ability. I hope Mama accepts my apology. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Miss Khan. We appreciate Miss Aweke in their gift, Mary. Thank you so very much. We'll move on to the third school. Al Mail International Academy, Kanu. Please, can we have the clip from the school?
Just one more time. I can handle it. Just one more time. Yes, just one more time. Just one more time.
Zaliha, what's going on? You seem different lately. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
I can't just stand and watch you destroy yourself. You are my friend and I care about you.
You don't understand. This is my only escape, my way of coping.
There are better ways. Drug can only make things worse. Let's talk to someone who can help us.
Yes, we graduated! Yes, we graduated!
Zaliha, I have noticed your behavior has changed. What is your problem?
I don't know anymore. I'm tapped. Please, can you help me, Ma?
You are not alone. You have the school guidance and counseling. They are here to help you. Let's go. Good morning, Mr. Sana and Mr. Lukman.
Good morning.
This is the girl I was talking about yesterday, so I brought her here.
Okay.
Please have a seat.
Hey, Zalia.
I got something big for you. I'm done with that life. You will take away all your sorrows. I don't want to destroy my life anymore. Are you serious? Okay, it's your loss.
Yes, Alhamdulillah, I'm finally graduated.
Thank you. So we invite Miss Umuslaim Ado Abba to do her spoken word poetry. Please, can we appreciate her?
Good day to you all. My name is Umuslaim Ado Abba from Al-Magili International Academy. The title of my poem is In My Dream. I'm a dreamer, born with hope and full of ambition, dreaming all my life to save the world, eager to be a savior of lives. I see myself as surgeon that separate the conjoined. Every time when I look into a mirror, I see a reflection of Ben Carson, Joseph Lister, Hal Williams. But oh, in my dreams, I'm in prison, bondage, moving in rampage, shackles with fear and emotional distress, thinking of ways to achieve success. Here he comes, the super, a super that appears like an angel, singing gospel of delusion, swayed me away from my aspiration, making my dream to be illusion, using his wings to drown me. A poor me welcome him with a blue-some mind, believing to wash away all my worries. As I step in a hurry, I feel like falling apart, walking on a paddle string line, losing hope on how to set a pace, as success can never be achieved at ease. I cried and I cried as my heart being kidnapped, shattered away all my dreams, but resilient I becomes. I fall back, holding ground, screaming, looking for my dreams. I swing back and fall, searching and praying for a guide, hoping to bring my dream back alive. As I retire to bed again, I see light smiling, welcoming my dream back alive. Alas, it becomes just a dream of a dreamer, which never comes true due to super of drug. Thank you.
Please, we can do better than that. Please, can we appreciate her? Thank you so very much. So we're going to vote. I know there are a panel of judges, but I invite Pharmaceutical Nambata to describe the mode of the voting to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, before we go ahead on that, we have a lost but recovered phone. If you're looking for your phone for these votes, please come to the backstage and redeem it. So, IT, please, can you shoot the link on the screens? So, the votes, you have watched the drama playlets, and of course, you have heard their recitals. The votes will, your votes will count for 30% of the total score each of them will receive, because there are other parameters, including the essays and their presentations. So you log on to this, what is showing on the screen now. The link will be displayed right now on your phones. If you are using an Android phone, it's straight up. But if you are using an Apple phone, the big iPhones, you may need to use Firefox or Google Chrome to log in. Then you insert your PCN number and log in. That's the same portal you use for registration. So, but if you have registered already, I'm sure it will be very easy for you to do that. So when you have logged in, you scroll down and you will see NADAC vote. You see NADAC vote. Because of the security of our votes and for authentication purposes, you only have one vote. So nobody is calling the results at midnight. We'll see it here now. You have just one vote. And the way they have structured it also, while you are voting, you will see it on the screen so that whoever is getting the highest score will see it as they are voting. If the link should come on the screen now, please. Let me announce the arrival of the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Professor Cyril Usifoh, Fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Fellow of the West African College of Postgraduate Pharmacies, and Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy. Prof, you are welcome, sir. He is the 001 of PSN. Sir, you are highly welcome to the 42nd Annual National Scientific Conference of the ACPN. Together with him is a past president of the PSN, a past president of the Nigerian Institute of Management, the chairman of the Board of Trustees of ACPN. I'm talking about no other person than the acronym of the United Nations Organization. Chief Sir Dr. Uzo Nelson Onyengma Uwaga, MNI, FPSN, FNA, Pharm. Sir, you are welcome. A round of applause for the chairman of the BOT, please. So while we are still doing the voting, I'll call on Pharmacists Abomai Somuibe to help us with the protocol.
Once again, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 42nd Annual National Scientific Conference of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, ACPN, holding in Asaba, the Big Heart, Delta State, with the theme, Building Effective Community Pharmacy Services for Universal Health Coverage. Want to first recognize the chairman of this occasion, who's no other person than a quintessential gentleman, an eminent pharmacist, a fellow of many professional bodies, especially the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, a former chairman of the PSN Board of Fellows, the gentleman that moved the historic motion for the adoption of the clinical pharmacy by universities offering pharmacy in Nigeria, chairman of Alpha Pharmacy Limited, has been established since 1982, a man who has practiced contentment, humility, tolerance, honesty, love of man and love of God, and service to God and humanity. And I speak of no other person than Pharmacist Chief Paul Enebeli, FPSN, the special guest of honor, His Excellency, the Right Honorable Elder Sheriff Oborevwori, ably represented by Right Honorable Chief Funkekeme Solomon, the Senior Policy Advisor to the Governor, the Speaker of the Delta House of Assembly, Honorable Omomotimi Guwo, the Keynote Address Speaker, Dr. Chidebelu Ufodike, my classmate, who is the Chief of Staff, United Nations Healthcare. Royal Fathers of the Day, His Majesty, Obi Professor Chike Edozien, CFR JP, the Asaba of Asaba. His Majesty, Yogiame Atuashe, the Third, CFR the Oborevwori. The Chief Host, the #1 pharmacist in Nigeria, Professor Cyril Usifoh, FNA Pharm, FPSN, the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. The host, our very own Prince Adewale Oladigbolu, FPSN, the National Chairman of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria. The Registrar of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ahmed Babashehu Ahmed, FPSN. The Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Christiana Mojishola Adeye, FPSN. The DG of NIPRID, that's the Nigeria Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, Dr. B. Peter Adigwe. Welcome you to this beautiful day and to the 42nd Annual National Scientific Conference. And having established protocol, we'll take recognitions, and I invite Pharmacist Joseph Ebirim and Dr. Henry Iwelu to take the recognitions. Thank you. Please, can you put the link up? Okay.
Thank you so much, Pharmacist Agboma. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, the Chairman of this occasion, distinguished pharmacists, all protocols duly observed. For the want of time, I crave your indulgence to permit me to quickly take recognitions of other personalities that are here. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome in a special way the Chairman, Oshimili South Local Government Area of Delta State, in the person of Honorable Dr. Kelvin Obi Ezenyele. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for him. Thank you. In the same vein, permit me to make welcome the Chairman, Local Government Area, Ethiop East, Honorable Pharmacist Victor Oforburuketa. A round of applause, please, for him. You're most welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to make welcome the Chairman and Chief Executive of the Global Limited, Pharmacist Sir Patrick Ferife. A round of applause, please, for him. You're most welcome, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to make welcome also the Provost and Chief Executive, College of Education, Warri, and the person of Dr. Dixon Oyovi. A round of applause, please, for him. It is my honor and pleasure to make welcome the Director of Pharmaceutical Services, Ministry of Health, and the person of Pharmacist Helen Orie. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to make welcome also the PS, Delta State Drug Revolving Fund, and the person of Pharmacist Mrs. Ifoma Ndobo. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I have the singular honor and pleasure to make welcome the Dean, Faculty of Pharmacy, Delta State University, Abraka, and the person of Dr. Clement Anie. A round of applause, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of those who were not here when I made my intro and, of course, earlier recognition, permit me at this juncture to quickly recognize, because Delta State is the host State as far as this conference is concerned, I'd like to welcome in a special way all those who are sons and daughters of the soil, particularly Anioma Oshumili, Aniocha. Aina sono nwanu o. Ndi Anioma no bo aina sono nwani o. Igbo kwenu. Obinigwe gozi anyi nofu sana fa Kristo bonye nwa anyi o. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kan sí a fẹ́ kí àwọn Yorùbá tí wọ́n wà létò yìí ẹ máa káàbọ̀ lórúkọ Jésù. Àwọn bàbá wa National Chairman Prince Adewale ẹ máa káàbọ̀ lórúkọ Jésù. Ẹsẹ̀ tẹ́ fi wálẹ̀ fi délé o. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ọba àwọn ọba máa ṣán wa lẹ́kọ̀ọ̀kan. Kúrú dàkúkà sọmọ́nà gẹ́ṣẹ́kù dá ṣe Hausa. Sanunku de zuwa. Bayenge Isu anache muku dunda kwa bolo yokuoma daku lafia. Barikanku jama. Nagesheku jama. Barikanku de zua. Urobo isoko wado. Wado. Weko biro. Esari wena wabohia o. Osonobu are power. Ise. Aizo. Iza kamemio. Timbrao. Ndi kari ben unu hwa alo anyo ikakweni ukunu gibia yakun ke girulo osono bua ya gojanu munu osando kwani dinebere no anyo ajeni otofe ni owesu ni o onye ike weri o isi agware. And finally, for those who travel from Ghana, Akwaba, and all those who came from India, Namaste. And for my brothers and sisters who traveled from France for this singular conference, soyez les bienvenus au nom du Père et du Fils et du Saint-Esprit. My name is Dr. Henry Francis Chukuyem Oluwabomi Osarie Medanla di Ochuko Udemobongo Wariake Chuku Iwelu Oganeru Kewe Okulo Ramano Mohonye Nekuni Abialisa Chineke Binigwe. Thank you. I see you later. Thank you.
Please put those hands together for Dr. Henry. Dr. Henry has just made speaking in tongues easy. Please, let's appreciate him once again. Ladies and gentlemen, you are fantastic. Please put your hands together for yourself. If you are right here at the 42nd Annual National Conference of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, one of the biggest professional groups and, of course, the largest technical group of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Once again, welcome to you all. I think you deserve a better round of applause. My name is Pharmacist Joseph Ebirim. I'm also known as MC Dr. Spice. Permit me, it is my singular honor and privilege to make recognitions as follows. May I respectfully request that all the fellows of the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy kindly stand and take a bow. We recognize you at this gathering. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, our fathers. We appreciate you. May I also request that the fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the highest level of membership of this professional society, the oldest one for that matter, may all the fellows of PSN rise and take a bow. Please, a round of applause for them as they rise. Thank you. Thank you so much. You may be seated. May I also recognize in our midst the Board of Trustees of the ACPN. And I'm very delighted to recognize in our midst the Chairman of the Board of Trustees, who have been recognized, but our father, a living ancestor, as the President of PSN would say, and of course, our own father there at the Garden City, Dr. Sir UNO Uwaga. Please, a round of applause for him once again. And may all the Board of Trustee members of ACPN please rise and take a bow. Thank you. You're welcome, sirs. May I also respectfully recognize all the past national chairmen of ACPN, particularly Baba Deji Oshinoiki, Fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause. Oshinoiki Baba, you're welcome, sir. Thank you. May I respectfully recognize in our midst the Deputy National President North of the PSN, Pharmacist Alaji Ibrahim Binji, FPSN. A round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. We also have in our midst another National Executive Committee member with a royal touch. I'm talking about the National Secretary of the PSN, Pharmacist Prince Olubenga Falabi. Please, a round of applause for him, sir. You're highly welcome. In that same vein, I'd like to recognize all the members of the National Executive Council of ACPN here present. Please, if you are here, can you stand and take a bow? All the National Executive Council members of ACPN. If you are here, kindly stand and take a bow. Thank you. These are the people who work behind the scene, ensuring that ACPN is moving forward. May I also recognize all the state chairmen and secretaries of ACPN. Please, if you are here, kindly stand and take a bow. All the state chairmen of ACPN. Please, a round of applause for them. They are the foot soldiers in the state. Thank you. Permit me also to recognize all the fellows of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacy here present. Please, if you're here, kindly stand and take a bow. Thank you. Thank you so much. At this point, I'm beginning to feel for Sir UNO Wagan, the president of PSN. It seems I'm giving them too much instruction, sir. Permit me. I'm only doing my assignment. May I also recognize all the esteemed guests, all community pharmacists who have made their way to the big hat across the 36 states of the Federation and the FCT. Please put your hands together for yourselves. You agree with me that I said and, not including. These things are very important in the country. May I also recognize esteemed colleagues here present, invited guests, members of the press. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you are highly welcome. We have already, permit me therefore to recognize a very important arm and level of membership of the ACPN. These are not just community pharmacists, but distinguished community pharmacists. Permit me to recognize all the distinguished community pharmacists here present. Kindly stand and take a bow. DC Farms. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. At this point, I'm also directed to kindly recognize in our midst all the past presidents of PSN here present. My president will call them the living ancestors. Mr. President, permit me to use your word. May all the past presidents kindly stand and take a bow as well. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, having recognized dignitaries here present and having established protocols, may I kindly request that we all rise and take the second stanza of the national anthem in lieu of the opening prayer. Please, may we all rise. The second stanza of the national anthem. The band will assist us. O God of creation, thank you. Thank you so much. May we put our hands together for ourselves as we resume our seats. Thank you so much. We would have recited it. However, we did sing it as some bit of worship prayer. Please pardon me for that. May I respectfully at this point invite to take the first address this morning at this opening ceremony the chairman of the Conference Planning Committee, CPC. Join me as we welcome the man who bears the heavy weight of planning at this great conference. Welcome, Pharmacist Reverend Daniel Ajayi, a Merit Award winner and a distinguished community pharmacist. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he takes the welcome address.
Thank you very much. I'll begin this speech by aligning myself with the protocol that has been meticulously established by the Masters of Ceremony. I give a warm welcome to all who are here for the 42nd Annual Scientific Conference of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria. I know that none of us is here by accident, as I firmly believe that your presence in this gathering is a product of divine orchestration. The Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, ACPN, holds an annual international, yes, I call it international, as we have participants from across the globe, not just within Nigeria, over the years. Scientific conference from state to state. This conference attracts community pharmacists from the nooks and crannies of the country, pharmaceutical manufacturers and importers/distributors of notes, as well as policy makers, because it has become a point of convergence for all these groups over the years. The conference provides different opportunities for these different groups. For the practicing community pharmacists, it provides an opportunity to be updated on new developments in his or her practice, and thus equips him or her with cutting-edge information that makes them ever relevant. It's also an opportunity for them to acquire the mandatory continuing professional development points and certificates. They'll have an opportunity to acquire new skills and certifications, e.g. vaccination, substance use disorder, business clinics, etc. It's an opportunity for sharing research findings conducted by community pharmacists. It's also an opportunity to network among participants while taking advantage of new business opportunities. It's an opportunity to get quality, standard, and reliable products direct from the source without the fear of adulteration for their practices at promotional prices. Then it's an opportunity for community pharmacists to take a break from the day-to-day back-breaking schedules and enjoying a holiday. Then, lastly, for the community pharmacists, it's an opportunity for them to participate in electing new officers and take decisions concerning their practice during the annual general meeting, which is the highest decision-making body of the association. For the manufacturers, importers, and distributors, The conference affords them the opportunity to reach all community pharmacists and pharmacies in Nigeria in one venue and get unprecedented patronage. It's also an opportunity for them to launch new products or bring such products to the awareness of community pharmacists, as we will see during the conference, and thus get the products across the country. In all, it is an avenue for unprecedented business, as those who have participated over the years can attest. For regulatory agencies, it's a unique opportunity to interact with this significant group of stakeholders as partners and team members in the realization of a common objective. And for our colleagues in the diaspora, especially under the auspices of NAPSA, the ACPN conference provides an opportunity for transfer of knowledge and skill and a way to give back to the society, as we have witnessed since the 2020 edition of the National Conference. This 42nd edition of the ACPN Annual International Scientific Conference promises to live up to all this and more. For the first time in the history of ACPN conferences, this 42nd edition is hosting a multidisciplinary, multi-classroom MCPD in very topical areas. And this kicked off yesterday, that's Monday, 31st July. These areas are the vaccination and basic life support training, the point of care testing training, and then the universal treatment curriculum for substance use disorder. These trainings, aside the fact that they attract the MCPD points for those who so wish, also come with internationally recognized certificates. And they have been heavily subsidized by the association. Other side attractions apart from these trainings are the parallel sessions, which will feature presentations from experts in the two special interest groups of the ACPN, which were last year in Lagos, namely the traditional, complementary, and alternative medicine, and the mental health group. Other attractions are the grand finale of the NADAC secondary school competition, which we just witnessed, the town hall meeting, state dynamics, which the national chairman of the ACPN has promised that, unlike in previous years, all states that participate in this state dynamics will go home with something. You know, in the past, it used to be the first, second, third positions that go home with something. But this time around, the national chairman has graciously offered to give prizes to every state that participates. Even if you just come to tell us we swept in our state, you will get something. Then, of course, we have the social nights. That's the gala night, Africana night, the welcome cocktail, which held yesterday, and then, of course, the closing banquets. This year's conference, tagged the Big Heart Conference 2023, is holding in the historic city of Asaba with the theme, Building Effective Community Pharmacy Services for Universal Health Coverage, from July 31st to August 5th, 2023, at the Dome Event Center, Okpanam Road, Asaba. Asaba is a town with rich history, It is also a very safe city. Yes, it is true that ultimate security is in God's hands. But among the committee of cities in Nigeria, Asaba is one of the most secured. And the city has a bubbling nightlife for those of us inclined to explore. You know, yesterday when we were coming back from the welcome cocktail, somebody was saying, people are still moving around. I said, yes. In the state where I practice, by that time, it is a ghost town. So Asaba is secured. I can therefore promise you that there will be no dull moments this week, both in and out of the conference venue. Planning this year's conference has been fraught with challenges, especially in the economy, as removal of fuel subsidy and the floating of our currency has made the business environment more difficult to navigate. We felt the crunch on our sponsors and exhibitors, as many of them could not repeat the feat that they performed previously. None of our sponsors was able to do what they did last year, especially our premium sponsors. Those are part of the challenges we have. All our premium sponsors had to cut back by more than half in their sponsorship, and it is understandable. We appreciate all our sponsors who came through for us, regardless of the harsh economy, and particularly our life patron whose company raised the bar even at this time. We promise you all a very profitable outing as our colleagues are here ready to transact business with you. This conference has the highest number of community pharmacists registered online. We had about 1,535 community pharmacists that are registered online in the history of the association. And I believe the physical attendance will also set a new record as well, as we still expect colleagues to join us. I think so far we are approaching 800 accredited delegates to the conference, and we're expecting more. I especially appreciate all colleagues who braved our roads to be here, as I equally appreciate every delegate to this conference. I'm hereby extending a warm invitation to you to participate fully in every aspect of this conference, which is set to change the trajectory of our practice while giving you ultimate enjoyment. I also welcome all our dignitaries that time will fail me to mention individually. I particularly thank you for honoring our invitation and gracing this occasion with your highly esteemed presence. In closing, I thank our digital national chairman, Pharmacist Prince Wale Oladigbolu, FPSN, and his team of hardworking national ESCO and NEC of our dear association, who gave me the opportunity to serve at this level. I thank this team of CPC members who have made tremendous sacrifices, and of course, our LOC, who are the foot soldiers with their boots on the ground to deliver a wonderful conference as this. Of special mention are my vice chairman of the CPC, Pharmacist Mrs. Grace Ikani, who made the job easy for me. The LOC chairman, Pharmacist Onyebuchi Nwuke, the unassuming achiever, and the irrepressible and dynamic Delta State chairman, Pharmacist Freeborn Okpegwa. I salute you all for your contribution to making this conference a reality. Last but not the least, I appreciate my amiable wife for releasing me and supporting me to carry out this assignment. Finally, I know that no matter how prepared a horse may be for the battle, victory comes from only one source, and that is God. Without his blessing on us and our efforts, without his blessing on us, our best efforts will have yielded failure. So I offer him all the praises and thanks for his marvelous blessing. Delta King Agan Dede Eruebo. Long live ACPN, long live PSN, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
A round of applause for the chairman of the CPC for that welcome address. Very quickly, I would like to go back really to apologize to our living ancestors for not really properly recognizing them during the protocol setting. I would like to recognize especially Chief Dr. UNO Owaga, a past president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and past national chairman of ACPN when it was NAGPP. Dr. UNO Owaga, MNI, FPSN, FNA, Pharm, sir, you are highly welcome. I'd also like to recognize another living ancestor, Pharmacist Anthony Ahime, another past chairman of ACPN when it was NAGPP, a past president of PSN, a member of the National Institute, the institute at Kuru near Jos, a fellow of the PSN and a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy. Sir, you are welcome. Sitting in our midst is a fellow of the Federation of International Pharmacists. Past President Azubike Okwo is a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. He has served as a National Secretary of ACPN, National Secretary of PSN, and a past president of the PSN. Fellow Azubike Okwo, FFIP, FPSN, sir, you are welcome. Please, we'll also invite right now my assistant to continue with the order of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, once again, put your hands together for yourselves. We are doing really great. And thank you, the CPC chairman, for that welcome address. The children have been sitting for a while. May I now request that they kindly stand and get back to the audience. Please, let's put our hands together for them. They have done marvelously well, giving us very amazing presentations, lending a hand in the fight against drug abuse. Thank you. There is a question about the size of the pharmaceutical industry. There is a need to have relevant information about the consumption pattern. You agree with me that the community pharmacy is where the clinical pharmacy meets the business of pharmacy. There is a body making conscious efforts to answer this question. That body is IQVIA, IQVIA. May I respectfully invite a representative of IQVIA, pharmacist Peter Onimisi, to kindly address us in 10 minutes on what IQVIA has for community pharmacists. Please, he deserves a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. My name is Peter Onimisi. I am a pharmacist. While standing on the already very well established protocol, but permit me to respectfully recognize our living ancestors in the words of our president, and all our elders here seated, all the fellows. We bring you greetings from IQVIA, and of course, every other person here at this conference. Like the MC rightly said, you will agree with me that there has been a lot of questions about the size of our industry. Oftentimes, especially those that lead advocacy on our behalf, those that sit with government and other organizations. I can say that oftentimes, you are always ashamed when other countries are talking about their size, talking about the impact they are making in the healthcare. And when it comes to Nigeria, you can't speak with fact. You don't have data to reference. You don't have information to reference. So IQVIA, the organization I represent, 2 years ago, we launched a project to see how we can put an end to it. So we discovered that if we can come together and implement this project, so at the end of the day, all of us in our individual practice, in your drive to improve investment, to sign business partnership, in your drive to advocate for the future of this profession and to ask for better recognition. Just recently, the ACPN, I'm aware, have been doing a lot asking for recognition to be as a primary healthcare facility. We've been talking around recognition to be a vaccination center. Oftentimes, if we go to table with fact of what we're doing, people will listen better to us. In pharmacy school, we're taught that what is not documented is not done. So what IQVIA wants to do is to help us document what we are doing, give us a better image, a better brand. And this project is to estimate the size of the Nigerian pharmaceutical sector through the retail arm. Like I said earlier, IQVIA is actually a multinational consulting organization. You know, we're very big in the area of data analytics. We advise trade organizations, associations, policy makers on how to optimize healthcare industry, and most importantly, how to make sure that our patients, our people are healthier and our patients are better treated. So we support every key stakeholders in the industry, name it from the donor agencies, multilateral organization, R&D companies, you know, retail pharmacies like yours, you know, and we do a lot in Nigeria, from helping to train community pharmacies, improving, you know, your skill set, and helping you with technology to also support patient care and your program. We also do a lot around market research, you know, helping to provide answers to some unanswered questions we already have. For example, the size of the pharmaceutical industry that we really don't have answers to as we speak. And very importantly, over time, we've also worked very hard to support access to medicine, especially through the community pharmacy. As you agree with me, cost of medication is going up. And there have been a lot of conversation on how do you help patients to access this medication. So IQVIA has been, you know, in the middle of it, trying to see how we can work with the pharmacies, work with the R&D companies, work with the policymakers to ensure that the patient at the last mile is able to access medication in the right form, the right price, you know, and in the right quantity, as at when needed. IQVIA has played in this field, and we also support organizations like your own to host CPDs, to host program conferences, you know, and of course symposium. Now, 2 years ago, we met with the leadership of the Association of Community Pharmacy. We told them about our desire to finally put some light in the industry and to finally come up with an information that you can rely on, you can work with, which is to estimate the size of the pharmaceutical industry. And we say that if all of us, community pharmacists, can come together, you work with IQVIA, you contribute your consumption data. Consumption data is what people use, what people buy from you. You contribute this data with IQVIA. We collect this data across the country. anonymize it, aggregate it, analyze it. Then at the end of the day, we will come back to you with what IQVIA can say is a good estimate of the pharmaceutical industry. This information will be made available to you as practitioners. It will be made available to the leadership of the association, the relevant stakeholders. You know what that will do? It will help our planning. It will help us understand what we are consuming. It will help us understand where the gaps are. It will help us understand the kind of molecules we have in the country. It will help us understand the relevance of the community pharmacies, the kind of people you attend to, and not just kind of people, but the number of lives you affect on a daily basis. Oftentimes we say that community pharmacy is the first point of call, that we are actually a primary healthcare facility. But imagine a situation where you can put a figure to that. That in Nigeria, community pharmacy attends to so number of millions in a year, millions life in a year. So that means you position yourself to partner with donor agencies that are willing to help patients access medication, since you have fact figures that clearly state what you do and the number of lives you attend to. And that's what IQVIA wants to do with your support. So we launched this project to partner with first phase, 450 pharmacies across the country. Some are already on board, but we've not met our sample size yet, and that's why we are here, to see if all of us can sign up for this project at this conference. 2 years ago, the leadership of ACPN released a letter. I'll come to that later. That's Francis Wale Oladigbolu released that letter encouraging pharmacists to sign up for this project. I know many of us may not have seen it. So the letter was just to say that they support what IQVIA is doing. They've looked at the process of data collection. They've looked at the process of data storage, and they are certain that your data is as secure as it has always been in the hands of IQVIA. So that was a letter from them, and I encourage all of us. We have any question, we can always go back to the association for clarification, just to understand that we've been on this, and to some extent, they've taken us through a lot of, quality control, and they are sure that your information is very well safe with us. Now, for a community pharmacy to partner with us, you must have your data in an electronic form. What I mean is you must be using a point of sales software, because we don't want to collect data manually. Why are we not collecting data manually? Because we don't want to see your data. To ensure data privacy, confidentiality, and privacy of data, data can only be shared with IQVIA electronically. You extract your data. We will give you a dedicated link, created for only you, username and password. You load your data straight on there in such a way that nobody locally, not even me, Nigeria, within Africa, will have access. This data goes straight to our production site in Manila, Philippines. So they work on the data, analyze it, and come back to us with the relevant information that we so desire. Now, before we sign this project with you, we also have what we call data supply agreement. This data supply agreement is what legalizes all the interactions we'll be having with you, the businesses we'll be doing with you. It's just to kind of is a layer to also further legalize what we are doing, to say that if at the end of the day tomorrow you see your name flying, or the name of your pharmacy flying out there, to be doing A, B, C, D, you can come back and hold the IQVIA response and say, IQVIA, you told me that this data will be anonymized. How come I'm seeing the name of my pharmacy? And you can hold IQVIA accountable if it's coming from us. But definitely we are saying that the data will be anonymized. No information will be traceable to you except it comes from you. From us, it's not going to work. Now, finally, I want to just round up by appreciating, that's the letter, from Association of Community Pharmacists. I want to round up by appreciating the leadership of the association. For the past 1 year, it's been lots of back and forth trying to find a way of making this work. And Francis Wale has assured me that he knows his people. That at this conference, all I need to do is to talk to you, put a face to all the phone conversation. I know many of you are already partnering with IQVIA, but we need all of you to be on board. So he has assured me that I should put a face to it, and he knows his people. They will key into this program. Since at the end of the day, it's a win-win for all of us. It will redefine healthcare landscape in Nigeria. It will give you more confidence to stand, with relevant agencies, government, to advocate for what you really think belongs to us. Once again, we are at the registration desk, signing the agreement. Please, when you have your time, just stroll in to registration there. You will meet us. We'll give you the document. If you need to review, you review and you sign. Before the end of this session as well, we'll be sending the data capture sheet across with the agreement as well. We printed it out. Please look through it. If you can't sign now, you still have like till on Friday your hotel to look through and sign. Kindly fill the data capture sheet, return it back to us. Then we'll follow up with you because we know you have a lot of questions. Any question you have one-on-one, we can attend to it. Thank you very much, and thanks for granting me this audience and for listening to me. God bless you.
Thank you so much. You can clap those hands better for Pharmacist Onimisi of the Akivia. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome every one of you to the 42nd National Scientific Conference of the Community Pharmacists of Nigeria. Having said that, without wasting time, I have a singular honor and pleasure to invite to the podium our special guest, His Excellency Right Honorable Sheriff Oborevwori, the Executive Governor of Delta State, who is here ably represented by his Senior Policy Advisor, Right Honorable Chief Solomon Funke Keme. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he mounts the podium. I don't know if you know you are clapping for the Executive Governor of this state. Clap, 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 a round of applause, even as he addresses us and, of course, declares this occasion, this 42nd National Conference open. We humbly request, sir. You're welcome, sir. Migwa, sir.
All the living ancestors, please. I welcome you all. First, let me thank God for today and to quote my friend, Pharmacist Ferife. People want to force me to be a pharmacist today. I was almost going through learning how to be a pharmacist, but it's too late now. I thoroughly enjoyed myself, particularly the presentations by the very sharp students that we witnessed. His Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, Right Honorable Elder Sheriff Oborevwori, would have liked to be here personally, but is engaged with other state duties, and have decided to send me here to represent him. These are the remarks of His Excellency, the Governor, at the 42nd Annual Scientific Conference of the Association of Community Pharmacists in Nigeria, today happening at the Event Center. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to Delta State, the big heart. Asaba is quietly but surely gaining the reputation of the nation's conference capital. And as a government, we are ever ready to play the good host. And for those of you who have come from other states, it is my hope that you will leave Asaba with the pleasant memories of our state and the people. The theme of the conference, building effective community pharmacy services for universal health coverage, is in tandem with the strategic thrust of our healthcare policy. As the first state in the country to commence the implementation of the mandatory health insurance scheme, Delta State is in the forefront of the drive for universal health coverage. Currently, the state contributory health insurance scheme has over 1.2 million enrollees, the highest in the country. And over 500 accredited government and private health care facilities across the states. This administration will continue to expand the capacity and potentials of the Delta State compulsory healthcare system to maintain its leadership position in the country. Community pharmacists play a strategic role in the attainment of universal health coverage. They serve as frontline healthcare providers, ensuring accessible and affordable healthcare services for all. They are the backbone of our health care network, serving as a bridge between patients and medical practitioners. Community pharmacists offer vital services from dispensing medications to counseling patients on proper usage, contributing significantly to disease prevention and health promotion. Achieving universal health coverage is attainable. It's an attainable goal. Together, we can build a healthcare system that leaves no one behind, where quality medical services are available and affordable to every citizen. I encourage the community pharmacists to forge strong partnerships with other healthcare providers, leveraging in technology and innovation to enhance service delivery. As a government, we recognize the importance of community pharmacies and their immense contributions to public health. We are committed to providing the necessary support, resources, and infrastructure to enable their professional growth and facilitate their efforts in meeting the healthcare needs of our people. Furthermore, I urge the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria to advocate for policies that promote the expansion of pharmacy services, create an enabling environment for pharmacy practice, and improve the welfare of pharmacists across the state. By working together, we can address challenges and explore new opportunities that would lead to a healthier and more productive population. In conclusion, let us all embrace the spirit of collaboration and shared responsibility as we march towards achieving universal health coverage. Together, we will build a healthier and more prosperous state for generations to come. As a government, we will walk the talk by improving access to immunization and other primary healthcare services through the community pharmacists in our state. We believe this will complement the efforts of the public health care in guaranteeing equitable health. It is on this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that I now formally declare this conference open. I wish you all very fruitful and rewarding time. Thank you and God bless.
A big round of applause to His Excellency for that wonderful remark and, of course, declaring this conference open. Your Excellency, may I humbly request that you kindly remain just for a short moment as I invite the National Chairman of ACPN to just express how grateful the ACPN is. Please, may we resume our seats. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. We are grateful for your presence, and we are indeed very thankful to the Executive Governor of Delta State. And I will thereby call upon the past president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacists, Chief Dr. UNO Waga, to kindly present an award to the governor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I wish His Excellency was here live, because in 2015, I had the honor of handing him a certificate. In faraway Manchester, we are all alumnus of that great school in Manchester, the UK. Today we met much earlier, and we are meeting again. Even as I hand over this to you, to His Excellency, I also put a prayer over your head that one day you will stand on the first place to also receive it. So greet His Excellency. He was quite good to us this morning when he received us. Even though if he had been here, yours truly would have asked for more. Please greet him. We're enjoying our stay in the state, and he should do more for us and others in the state. Thank you very much. Thank you.
A big round of applause for the Executive Governor of Delta State. Please, let's keep clapping. Let's appreciate the governor. The governor has expressed his deep love for the profession and has demonstrated such by coming to this great event to not just be a part of the event, but to declare it open. It's always a privilege to have the executive governor honor an invitation of this sort. Thank you, sir. We do appreciate you. At this juncture, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I hope we are enjoying ourselves. May we now kindly invite for the next welcome address the chairman of ACPN Delta State. He will be coming to take a welcome address on behalf of the community pharmacists in the state. But before he gets here, may I humbly inform all of us that the voting has closed. Any moment from now as well, the results will be displayed on the screen, and we would know who has won the competition. May I now invite the ACPN chairman to please come forward. He's no other person than Pharmacist Okpegwa Freeborn, a distinguished community pharmacist. Please, a round of applause for him. Mingo, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone here seated. Kindly permit me to stand on already established protocols. It is with immense pleasure and excitement that I welcome you all most cordially to the official opening ceremony of the 42nd Annual National Scientific Conference of the Association of Community Pharmacists, ACPN, tagged the Big Heart Conference 2023, be held in Asaba, the capital of Delta State. The theme of the conference, Building Effective Community Pharmacy Service for Universal Health Coverage, could not have come at a better time than now that the expanding roles of the community pharmacists cannot be overemphasized, and with special reference to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has exposed the strength and weakness of the health system. The event today is a culmination of an enormous collective effort of all many participants, which began in July 2022 at the penultimate National Scientific Conference of this association in Lagos, where Delta State was given the 2023 hosting rights. It is important here to note that this is the second time Delta State would be hosting ACPN National Conference, the first being in 2005, which is 18 years ago. But today, history is being rewritten. Delta State is one of the main oil-producing states in Nigeria, with her beauty held together by dozens of rivers, streams, and creeks, which crosses it with the river Niger washing her shores. Our strength is in our diversity, with well over 11 languages spoken. To ensure that you have all the comfort and relaxation you need, the CPC and the LOC have worked tirelessly to put everything in place for you to have a memorable conference. Please, do not forget to enjoy our special delicacies like the banga soup and stash, the owo soup and stash, the goat okwambe, and others, just to mention a few. For those that the spirit leads, the popular supply water is practically available for your cool relaxation. Do not forget to have a feel of our beautiful tourist sites in Delta State before you return. The Mariam Babangida Leisure Park is just a stone throw away from here. And have you heard of the Araya Bible site? That is where the Bible is believed to have fallen from the sky to the earth. The site is here in Delta State. Do you love golf and the greeneries? The visit to the Abraka Turf and Country Club, which is the only equestrian leisure club in Nigeria, just to mention a few, is very much available in Delta State. The big heart state, Delta State, warmly receive you and employ you to take pleasure in exploring the city of Asaba, a prototype of the entire Delta State. It is a melting point of the various people, culture, and places that define Delta State. A lot of planning, strategizing, execution have gone into ensuring that you have a fruitful, knowledgeable, impactful time during the course of this conference. We could not have put up this occasion without the selfless, smart work effort of our dedicated LOC members. Some of them are here with us and around us to help out with whatsoever assistance you may require to solve any difficult issues you may be facing. We are also very grateful to the Delta State government, ably led by our Governor, Right Honorable Elder Sheriff F.O. Oborevwori, for giving us a conducive atmosphere for this conference. I very much welcome to each and every one of you once again, and do have a conference to remember. Thank you all, and God bless.
Please, a big round of applause for the ACPN chairman for that welcome address and brief orientation ceremony as we enjoy Delta State. He has no doubt marketed Delta State, but don't forget that from his remarks, sir, Obviously, Delta State is a very spiritual state. The Bible fell here, and they even have sapele water. Is it for baptism, sir? I just want to be sure. Because if you look at the fact that Delta State has the Bible falling and sapele water, which I suppose is for baptism, but that's in contrast with what I used to know, sir. It's okay. I'll leave it for those who are talking about drug abuse. However, it is important to know that Delta State is not just a crude oil producing state, but it is a state that doesn't joke with palm oil and starch. Even the swallow has a characteristic drawing nature. I think the Deltans here deserve a big round of applause. I think they are the first to manufacture emulsion in Nigeria. Am I right? So they are very wonderful pharmacists. At this point, may I respectfully invite for the first presentation, or rather the second, but of course from a pharmaceutical company, may I invite the Asene group to kindly come forward for their presentation. Please, may we put our hands together for them as they come forward. Asene, please. Okay, they are here. Let's appreciate them. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, no, I'm not that, I'm a little bit tall. Yeah, I'll prefer to stand here. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, honorable colleagues and men of honor. My name is Uti Ogene Wogaga. I am from Delta State. So this is bringing me back home from Lagos. Quickly, I want to talk about my company, Asene Laborex. Asene Laborex is a pharma distribution company. We're trying to change the story of pharma distribution in Nigeria. Please help me with the slides. Yeah, so Asene Laborex is part of the CFO group. CFO is currently owned by the Toyota Tsusho Corporation. Please, if I can have the pointer to be fine, please. Yes, thank you. Good. Yes, it's working. Yeah, so Asene Laborex is owned by Toyota Tsusho Corporation of Japan. Before then, we were previously owned by the CFO Group of France, but in the last 7 years, we're now owned by Toyota Tsusho Corporation. The Toyota Tsusho Corporation is valued at 7.9 billion euros across the 4 business domains in Africa. And just to mention, we've been in Africa for the last 171 years and in Nigeria for 121 years. Yes, so we're currently having 4 business divisions in Africa: mobility, healthcare, consumer, and infrastructure. I'll be focusing on the healthcare division. Most of us in this room, I'm sure we are aware of CFO Automobile because they've been here for as long as 120 years, like I rightly mentioned. But our focus today will be on the healthcare business, which currently contributes 1.9 billion euros of our business in Africa. Currently, we have 27 partners and over 9,000 retail pharmacy registered with us across Africa, with over 31,000 product references. Yeah, so apart from just doing distribution in most countries where we're present, we're also involved in production. So in countries like Algeria and Morocco, we own manufacturing sites. In Morocco, we own the Mafa sites, Mafa manufacturing plant, and in Algeria, we own the Pharma manufacturing site. Yes, basically, we're known for imports and wholesale distribution across Africa. And recently, we've moved down to the retail business, where we now own the biggest chain pharmacy in Kenya, which is the Good Life Pharmacy. And also in Nigeria and Ghana, we recently, in the last 5 years, opened a multi-specialist hospital. So we currently own the Uracare multi-specialist hospital in Ghana and one also in Nigeria. So this hospital provides multi-specialist services from neurosurgery to any aspect of medicine you can think of. We have the best medical doctors that we have, Nigerians who studied abroad, who practiced abroad, who we have finally decided to bring back home to work for us in Europe. So now the focus of today's presentation is Asene Laborex. Asene Laborex is the CFO division in Nigeria. We've been here for the last 2 decades. Previously, we used to be Asene Nigeria in 1998. Then we are the sole distributor for the Ciba-Geigy products way back in 1998. Sole distributor up until 2012 when CFO made an acquisition and we became Asene Laborex. So the vision of the company is to remain to be the preferred distribution pharmaceutical partner in Nigeria. And our mission is to ensure by ensuring brand equity, increasing loyalty, satisfaction to our customers, our principals, our clients, and also increase the market share, revenue, and profitability. Yeah, apart from import distribution, we also carry out other services. So we handle drug regulatory, warehousing services, market research for new clients, supply chain services, and we also do payroll management services for clients that are not yet legal entity in Nigeria. We have 2 warehouse facilities in Nigeria, one located in Lagos and one in Port Harcourt of 2,000 square meters with over 2,500 pallet positions. And we have a cold room facility in Lagos and also in Port Harcourt, all fully GDP compliant. On a daily basis, we service over 340 customers. You are our customers, 340 community pharmacists on a daily basis. Across the 18 cities, we have sales reps in the 18 cities covering the 36 states of the country with a team of 71 sales reps. Currently, we have 19 principals we represent in Nigeria, and we hope to do more. These are the location of some of our reps across the country. Yes, so again, just to mention, which is very key in terms of good distribution practice, we supply directly to all sales channels from hospital, institution, retail, private hospitals, public hospitals. We supply directly. Our team do not move around with products because we believe in product quality and efficacy. We try as much as possible to ensure we maintain the standard of the product. We do direct delivery from our warehouses to you, our customers, wherever you are located, no matter the quantity. So, yes, so this is an opportunity to also put it out there that we are open to having more of you come on board with Asene Laborex. So these are some of our key partners as of today. So we are distributors for Novartis, Sanofi, Sandoz, GSK, Janssen, Silag, CDEM, Denk Pharma, Oakleaf, Jamjum, and Basins. And the list goes on. Again, as CFO, we remain with Africa for Africa. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to Asene Laborex. Please, a round of applause for them once again. Thank you. May I, at this point, invite the chairman of the occasion. It is time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for us to listen to the chairman of this occasion. It is my singular privilege to welcome. Okay, we'll take some brief interlude as we get back shortly.
While we wait for the chairman of the opening ceremony to give his remarks, let me invite the Vice President Partnership of AfriHealth Tech Services, Mr. Jude Chikezie, to do his 10-minute presentation. Please, can we encourage him to the podium? He is the Vice President. You can see he's not too young to run. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on all existing protocols, I'm Chikezie Jude, the Vice President Partnerships at AfriHealth. And today I'd like to talk to you about the products, a company basically that is helping to streamline processes and the operations of the pharmaceutical ecosystem in Nigeria. Please, can I have my slides up? Media, please, can I have the slides up?
While we're waiting for the media, I think I can go with a brief introduction of what we do as a company. AfriHealth is a healthcare tech company that streamlines the operations of pharmacies, hospitals, laboratories, basically the entire healthcare ecosystem. And today, we'll be talking about the products specifically for the pharmaceutical ecosystem here. Now, currently in Nigeria, we definitely are in an economic shift. We have a seismic shift currently happening where our economy is changing, the affordability of services are changing, healthcare, as we used to know, is also changing. Our customers our patients in the hospital, the pharmacies, everything is changing. But one thing we've discovered is a lot of pharmacies, their operations are the same. The same way healthcare was delivered 10 years ago is the same way it's delivered today. You have a lot of pharmacies that do not engage in post-care. After people buy drugs from a pharmacy, you're not able to speak to them to know how they actually reacted to those drugs, what are the side effects of those drugs. People that manage chronic illnesses that go to pharmacies don't have ways to actually repurchase that same medication that they live with. Now, at AfriHealth, we've taken all this into consideration. We've looked at an economy in Africa where they've told us Africa is a $45 billion pharmaceutical economy, and Nigeria being the giant, we expect that Nigerian pharmacies, Nigerian manufacturers will be at the forefront of this change, will be at the forefront of leveraging on this very big ecosystem. And that's why we've built a platform that breaks the border in pharmaceutical healthcare service delivery. As a pharmacy, why is a pharmacy in Delta States not able to cater to customers in neighboring states? It's because there's so much barriers around our healthcare service delivery. People are limited to only the customers that can physically come to them or the customers that have a direct relationship with them. And with the technology we have today, this shouldn't be. The only problem we should have in Nigeria should be affordability and not accessibility. So what we've built is for this ecosystem. We're bringing pharmacies on board. We've brought manufacturers. We've brought hospitals on board. Now, for these pharmacies, we want to provide you with a very significant e-commerce marketplace where pharmacies can actually sell to each other. A retail pharmacy can restock from a wholesale pharmacy. A retail pharmacy can also sell directly to customers. Now, this product identifies all the significant problems we have in the Nigerian pharmaceutical ecosystem. If you can see the slides, you'll see we have problems around accountability, problems around our supply chain processes, even access to credit facilities for the pharmaceutical ecosystem. In Nigeria, as pharmacies, you will find out that we actually help ourselves, where a manufacturer is acting as a credit facility to the pharmacies under him. Pharmacies are getting products on credit. This ideally there should be an ecosystem where a pharmacy can get access to credit from banks, even without collaterals, due to the kind of volume he does. But in Nigeria here, we don't have that. And why this happens is because there's no significant data for pharmacies to access loans. There's no significant data to back up the operations of a pharmacy. And this is what we are changing. We're bringing a product where your customers' data, your sales data, your revenue data are significant backings enough for you to access credit facilities from AfriHealth as a company, credit facilities from banks, from our other liquidity partners. Now, we're also addressing the products of accountability in tracking and tracing. We've helped, alongside NAFDAC, we've built a serialization and aggregation software for manufacturers and everyone on their supply chain, where we give out barcode scanners, we give out all the hardware required to manage your inventory. We give out all the hardware required to actually document your stock. Now, this software also alerts you when products are near expiry. We have significant losses in the pharmaceutical ecosystem due to loss of products that get expired, or when there's a product recall in the entire ecosystem. A pharmacy doesn't know when this particular batch has been recalled. You're not able to significantly track the entire up and down line of a product. This has been addressed through Rigor Plus for pharmacies. And now, this is an overview of how the interface looks on the mobile side of things, where we have patients who can actually go to a hospital when they speak to a doctor, and the doctor gives them a prescription, or the doctor recommends they take some OTC medication. They are able to access every pharmacy closest to their location that sells this OTC medication. And this is a pharmaceutical marketplace that currently connects up to 2 million plus users. And we would like to have your pharmacy, your products on this platform, so the customers that are in our ecosystem can have access to it. We can break the barriers around healthcare service delivery. We also connect retail pharmacies to importers, manufacturers, and distributors to have a very robust ecosystem where everyone can thrive. Inventory management system, we have that integrated. Your current ERPs, we are digitizing your entire pharmacy, your warehouse, your facilities are all digitized. So now we have seamless integration of your pharmacy to your inventory system. You have direct access to manufacturers and credit facilities, product expiry reminders. All of this are cost-free. We don't charge, there's no setup fee for signing up on Rigor Plus for pharmacies. All we do is we take a certain commission of your sales, which means we also handle the marketing of your pharmacy, the marketing of your products. We significantly market you, as we know your sales is also an added benefit to us. We have seamless logistics and distribution chain with up to 700 logistic partners across the world. We have systems that help you avoid these fragmented distribution chains. We also give barcode scanners, like I mentioned. It's also important to state, when His Excellency spoke, he said, people in the pharmaceutical ecosystem should embrace technology and innovation so we can thrive. Most importantly, when we collaborate, we increase what is served on the table. Now, 3 pharmacies working together to ensure they can break the barriers around their local government, ensure they can break the barriers around service delivery, is a very significant improvement to what we have today in our pharmaceutical ecosystem. We have small pharmacies doing almost the same volume as some retail chains are doing, and that's because those pharmacies have embraced technology. So today, I'm here to tell you, with technology, we can optimize our processes to curtail the impact of the dwindling human resources. Like they said, the brain drain can be converted to brain gain. And significantly, this product would help your pharmacy improve all processes. And we'll be here to help you, as we also are in the exhibition booth. We will be speaking to every pharmacy ready to digitize their processes. This is totally cost-free, and we'll be doing this as a significant improvement to what we have in Nigeria today in our pharmaceutical ecosystem. Thank you so much for listening to me. I look forward to onboarding your pharmacies.
A round of applause for him. Wonderful presentation. We appreciate you. A little while ago, I did introduce the chairman, but then he was not on seat. But ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome, of course, it's a big privilege to have with us, as chairman of this occasion, a man who is not just a pharmacist or a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, but a man who is an elder statesman, a man who is a true and worthy ambassador of pharmacy profession. He is a member of the Delta State, or he has been a member of the Delta State Advisory and Peace Building Council. This morning, we have as our chairman. Join me as we'll welcome Chief Paul Enebeli, fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, to give his opening remark. Please, a round of applause for him. We can do better than that. For a man who has served in so many capacities, representing pharmacy and the good works that pharmacists do beyond the premises. He is here in our midst, and he will be delivering the opening remark. Let's welcome him to the podium with more resounding rounds of applause. Chairman, you're welcome, sir.
The National Chairman of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, please permit me to rest on already established protocol. I was told that you had called me up before now to make my opening remarks. Let me apologize. I now live in Asaba, and it will be unwise for me to sit down while the representative of the governor is taking a tour of the exhibition. You may not know, because some of you are not particularly involved in the politics of your states. The gentleman who represented the governor was with me in the advisory council of the state. And yes, I can say I'm his leader, but if he's representing the governor, we must do the needful. So I really want to apologize that I wasn't available. If you look at your program, the chairman of this occasion should be Dr. Mrs. Dere Awosika. Unfortunately, she is unavoidably absent. She tried as much as she could to be here today, but unfortunately, she couldn't get a flight back to Lagos this evening, and that is why she is not here today. So she asked me to stand in for her and to apologize on her behalf for her absence. She really would have loved to be here personally. I spoke with her several times, and she was very willing. But unfortunately, because of insecurity, she couldn't go by road, and so she's not here right now. She's supposed to travel first thing tomorrow to the UK. So I am standing in for her. I bring you felicitations on her behalf, and thank you profoundly for finding her worthy to chair this opening ceremony of our 42nd annual conference. On her behalf, too, I congratulate the chairman and members of the ACPN on this very special occasion, and for choosing Asaba, my state capital, our state capital, as host for this all-important conference. Our state capital, Asaba, is fast becoming the destination of choice for hosting conferences, meetings, international football matches, and other important national and international engagements. Sometime last month, I was special guest at the National Conference of Optometrists here in this venue. And for some time now, you will have read or seen that a lot of international football matches now hold in Asaba. Asaba has become a very, very important city, and I wish to commend the government and people of Delta State for creating an enabling environment for peace and progress. In particular, let me thank and appreciate the work of the immediate past governor of the state, Dr. Kowa. Under whose 8 years, we can see some clear infrastructural developments in this state. I'm not playing politics. That is the reality. The theme for this conference is building effective community pharmacy services for universal health coverage. It is apt, and I know that from the resume of the guest speaker, Dr. Chidebelu Ufodike, that we are in for a very clear roadmap to take care of this team. So I wouldn't want to delve so much on the team because I'm sure we're all waiting our appetites for the guest speaker's delivery. Let me say that pharmacy has become undoubtedly the fastest growing profession in the world today. And that is what we should be very, very, very proud of. Playing roles hitherto unthinkable in the healthcare systems worldwide. Sometime last year in October, I attended the pharmacy show in Birmingham. I used to attend that show every year. And I was amazed at what I saw. Just like what we are doing here, there were so many training programs to equip pharmacists for pharmacare. We used to talk about 7-degree pharmacists. Now we have 9 and even 10. So pharmacy is growing by leaps and bounds. Pharmacists are now certified in very many special areas of pharmacy and medicine. You now have certification for prescribing pharmacists, certification for dispensing and community pharmacists, ditto for critical care pharmacists, nutrition support pharmacists, pediatric pharmacists, pharmacotherapy pharmacists, nuclear pharmacy, coordinating space station pharmacy, oncology pharmacist, community ambulatory care pharmacist, consultant pharmacy, ward-based pharmacist. The list goes on and on. Contract manufacturing pharmacist, accident and emergency care pharmacist. And like I said, the list goes on and on. So depending on how industrialized a country is, the expanding role of pharmacists differs significantly. That is why for adequate and quality healthcare delivery, the community pharmacist is the best professional to so do. From the foregoing, therefore, community pharmacists being closest to the grassroots are better placed to provide effective universal healthcare coverage to a large number of the unserviced rural and urban communities in Nigeria. I urge everyone, especially our distinguished guests they've left, to listen attentively to our keynote speaker, who is very knowledgeable in this area of discourse. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all once again to this August occasion in the month of August. I wish our society a very successful and memorable national conference. Thank you so much, and do have a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. Please, can we appreciate him again, please? That applause is not good enough. Thank you. It is my singular honor, with the permission from the National Chairman of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, to invite the keynote address speaker to the podium. The National Chairman just said that we need to take the keynote while we're still fresh and ready to absorb. But before then, we'll take the award for the chairman of the occasion. Over.
Thank you very much. May I respectfully call on Pharmacist Tony Ahime, Fellow of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and past president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, to present an award to the chairman of this occasion. Thank you.
On behalf of the national chairman and his team and all of us community pharmacists, I'm privileged to make this appreciation souvenir to the chairman of the opening ceremony, Dr. Mrs. Dere Awosika, here represented by our former chairman board of fellows, fellow Enebili. And you all agree with me, Dere Awosika, as we know her, and even the representative are very passionate pharmacists that have made so much contribution to the growth of not only community pharmacists, but to all aspects of pharmacy. And so this award, this appreciation souvenir is well thought out by the national chairman and his team. I therefore have this pleasure, sir, to make this presentation to you as a very good representative of Dr. Dere Awosika. All of us community pharmacists appreciate her, and also yourself that made. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much. So we're going to take the keynote address. I want to call on invite the keynote address speaker, my own classmates, made in UNN, Dr. Chidebelu Ufodike, to the podium, while the IT will play his citation, please.
He left to pursue a career in pharmacy outside Nigeria. His state of Nigeria has over... Chidebelu has over 25 years of global leadership experience across a portfolio of industry-leading businesses in pharmacy and healthcare. He graduated from the University of Nigeria and Howard University, Washington, D.C., where he earned his Bachelor of Pharmacy and PharmD. He began his career as an intern with the National Orthopedic Hospital, Igbobi, Lagos, and later joined SKG Pharma, Lagos, as a medical representative after his NYSC. In 2003, he left to pursue a career in pharmacy outside Nigeria. He is currently the Chief of Staff and Vice President for U.S. Healthcare at Walgreens Boots Alliance, the world's largest pharmacy-led company. In this role, he is responsible for defining and leading the company's global healthcare strategy. Before this, as head of innovation and service deployment, he led the foundational work to change the company from the pharmacy retailer to a global healthcare company. Under his leadership, the company achieved the milestone of building and launching over 100 health corners in 2022, with a roadmap to scale to 3,000. Previously, he led pharmacy and retail operations at Walgreens and led the operation and integration of 1,937 acquired Rite Aid stores across 25 U.S. states into the Walgreens fleet, the largest retail acquisition ever done in the United States. During the global pandemic, he was responsible for developing and executing the B2B operational plan for COVID-19 vaccination in partnership with the CDC, which helped the government administer 200 million COVID-19 vaccination in 100 days. Throughout his career, Chidebelu has held leadership roles of varying responsibilities, including regional vice president of pharmacy at Rite Aid, where he was responsible for over 300 pharmacies across 4 states, and director of pharmacy asset protection for the 3rd largest retail pharmacy chain in the country. He is on the board of several U.S. healthcare companies. Chidebelu was recently named to the National Healthcare Coalition's Top 100 Healthcare Executives of African Descent and has been featured in Stroll Magazine's Healthcare Innovators, the D&D Daily Executive Spotlight, and was listed in 2022 Pharma News Minorities of Influence. In his spare time, he dedicates himself to charitable causes. He's an avid runner, enjoys golf, and spending time with his family. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, I present to you the keynote speaker of the 42nd Annual Conference of Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, Dr. Chidebelu Ufodike, Chief of Staff, United States Healthcare.
Mid-afternoon. This is after lunch. I hope you all had your lunch. If you are tired, wake up. Because we have a lot to discuss. These are exciting times for pharmacy, exciting times for healthcare. One more is my classmate, by the way. So you heard a lot of my story, but I'll try to put some more meat on the bone that you heard. So my name is Chidebelu Ufodike, as you heard. I am a pharmacist, proudly so. If there's any profession, if I had to do it over again, I will go and do pharmacy again. And during the presentation, you will understand why. So as a young boy, as a 7-year-old, I always knew I wanted to participate in healthcare. I didn't know what part of healthcare I wanted to participate in, but I knew I wanted to be involved in taking care of people. Some of the reasons are my personal experience. You know, I lost my dad when I was 7. So my dad had just finished his PhD and lost my dad. I was 7 years old. So I understood immediately the pain of human suffering as a small child. Was raised by my mom, who's an educator, a teacher. And I ended up at University of Nigeria in Nsukka. Any lion here? Great lions and lionesses? There you go. Which, again, I am biased, is the best pharmacy school in the world. There are other pharmacy schools, right? It's University of Nigeria and then the rest. So I graduated pharmacy with all the interruptions, all the strike. Eventually we graduated sometime. I believe 1998. And I went and did my internship at National Orthopedic Hospital in Ibobi, Lagos. I've been a lucky chap in my life because at Ibobi I had some phenomenal mentors. I worked with some phenomenal pharmacists. Ms. Obono, Ms. Ibekwe, these are just some of the pharmacists I worked with who, as an intern, and graduating pharmacy school, landing at Ibobi, these wonderful ladies taught me a lot as a young pharmacist. And after that, I went to serve. I served in Lagos at the Federal Ministry of Health, the Infectious Disease Hospital in Yaba. I did my service. And then right after my youth service, I was looking for a job. I was still serving, and back then we didn't have WhatsApp or internet or cell phones. This was 2000, I believe. But we had newspapers, and I remember I was on one Danfo bus. You guys know those Danfo buses, yellow Danfo buses. I used to ride those things every day. And I was on a Danfo bus, and I bought a newspaper, and in the newspaper was an ad for a job, SKG Pharma, hiring. I didn't know anything about SKG. I didn't know anyone at SKG, but I applied. And at SKG, I went for the interview. And what I did was I bought a bag. I bought a little, you know, those kind of bags reps carry. I bought one of those, and I dressed up. I went for this interview. So I looked like a drug rep. I mean, I didn't know the first thing about repping. But I guess it impressed the people who interviewed me, and I got hired at SKG. So I started my career after youth service as a drug rep at SKG Pharma. Again, I was lucky. I had some wonderful pharmacists I worked with. Mr. Okapa, who hired me, he was a GM at SKG back then. Fidelis Wanchuku, Akin. There were some wonderful, wonderful mentors who, again, nurtured my career as a young pharmacist and a drug rep. I was a rep in Lagos. I was one of the reps who started the line Primpex. I believe that medication is still around. Primpex, King Tonic, Wayton, all the lines of SKG drugs. I repped those drugs. And in 2003, I made a decision to leave Nigeria. I left Nigeria and I immigrated to the United States. I first went to Canada and then to the United States. So I am licensed in Canada and I'm licensed in several states in the United States. When I got to the US, I realized that pharmacy, the way we practice in Nigeria, what I practice, was totally different from the way the rest of the world practices pharmacy. I recall my first day in a pharmacy. So when you go to the US, you have to do all these exams, which I did. And then before I got licensed, they make you do intern hours. So I was an intern. I remember the first day in a pharmacy, I show up in the pharmacy and they hand me a prescription. And the pharmacist says, well, he's an intern, so he told the techs, he's an intern, let him take over, because interns are supposed to be higher than techs and know what I'm doing, right? I knew pharmacy. I could read the prescription. I could read SIG codes. But there was a computer. And I was supposed to take this prescription and somehow get into this computer and somehow get the medications dispensed. I didn't know how to type. That was a problem. So here I am, because when I went to school, typing was not for the smart ones. The smart people go to pharmacy school. Then when you need to do your project, you pay the people who didn't go to pharmacy school, who finished maybe primary 4 and learned how to type. So I didn't have that skill. And here I am in Atlanta, Georgia, in a pharmacy, picking the keyboard. And I'm picking the keyboard with one finger at a time. And the pharmacist says, no, put the prescription here. He thought the problem was I didn't know where to put the prescription. I held it in one hand, I was speaking with the other hand. He said, no, put it here. That's what this is for, so you can type freely. He didn't understand that if he gave me 10 hands, it wouldn't help. He didn't understand that wahala. The man was facing wahala. I was about to start sweating. I tell this story to say, I went home that night and I realized that to be successful, I had to learn how to type. And I downloaded a program called Typing Tutor back then, and I started learning how to type. And about a month, I was a proficient typer. I could type fast. I could blaze through the keyboard. I say this to say that part of what will continue to make pharmacy thrive in Nigeria are the pharmacists in this room and the pharmacists that practice in this country having the humility to identify when you're not competent. And when you're humble, you can self-identify your gaps. And then you can fill those gaps. And when you fill those gaps, you become more competent and better at what you do. And that is the trajectory of my story. It's about identifying gaps in my person, and then filling those gaps. And it has led to continued promotions within my corporation. That is how I achieved every single role Now, I have been in the United States practicing for 20 years. The pharmacist will be no longer than I have been. And in those 20 years, by the grace of God, I have done some very phenomenal things and challenging things that have very large scale and actually touch humanity. You know, during the COVID vaccine, in that intro, work with the CDC on Operation Warp Speed to deliver 200 million vaccinations in President Biden's first 100 years in office. When we started that work, no one knew how it would be done. No one had ever done it. But set a goal, he picked a number, and we had to do it. The very interesting thing is that when I remember getting on the first call, there were representatives of the CDC, the government, Operation Warp Speed, and there were 6 of us on the call. This is the core team that was going to work on this strategy. And we're introducing ourselves. Here I am, Chidebelu. The lady from the CDC, Tolu. The person from Pfizer, who was the manufacturer of the vaccination, was Ade. So you got 6 people on a call trying to solve the most challenging problem for the United States at that point. 50%, half of them are Nigerians. Half. And that's the talent that we have. And we did that, and we delivered those doses. But the core strategy was built by people from this country who, for whatever personal reasons, have left and developed other competencies and skills that were able to impact humanity in large ways. So, I don't know if my slides are up. So that brings me to the slides, or to the presentation of the keynote. Are my slides up? There you go. So the challenge we have, right? The challenge we have, and the problem that this building an effective community pharmacy service for universal healthcare tries to solve. The challenge is, first of all, our healthcare system is fragmented. It's broken. We have to be honest with ourselves. If you're not brutally honest, you can't solve problems. We have to be brutally honest with ourselves to be able to solve the problem. Our healthcare system is broken. Now, healthcare system around the world is generally also not very, it's broken in several places, including the United States, which is why I have a job. But in Nigeria, it's almost non-existent. It's disconnected. There's no access to care. Cost is a problem. There's rising cost of healthcare. What you spent 5 years ago for the same disease, you're probably spending double or even triple. So there's a rising cost to take care of the same disease states. And there are poor outcomes. Every day we hear stories. So you pay the money, you pay more, but the outcomes are poor. You don't get better. You don't get healthier. Sometimes you don't even know what's wrong with you. The patient doesn't even know what's wrong with the patient. So how can you solve what you don't know? And then our regulatory environment, which I'll get to, is also interesting. So we'll get to that. And then the chronic disease burden. There are a lot of people who are hypertensive who don't even know it. Hypertension, as we know, worldwide, this is beyond Nigeria, is a black man's disease. Hypertension affects people of the black race more than any other race. Nigeria is the most populous black race nation on earth. So that just tells you from simple data and math, Nigeria has the most percentage of hypertensive patients or ratio to their population, because we're all black, right? Diabetes is another one, right? There are a lot of Nigerians walking around with diabetes, uncontrolled diabetes. So there's a high burden of chronic disease in the country. But this also means, this also presents an opportunity for us, right? I'm not sure what the slides are doing, so I'll just keep going. So that's a challenge, right, that we're trying to solve. So if you think about it that way, what can we do? Right? The solution lies really within our profession. I think they got it resolved. Oh, there you go. All right, so these are some data points that, again, highlight what I just mentioned. So what you see on the top right-hand corner or left-hand corner are spend, out-of-pocket spend for the individual patient, and that's by country. Percentage of the total cost that comes from your pocket. The bar on the bottom is Nigeria. More than 70% of the cost of healthcare is borne by the patient. South Africa is on the top. And then the UK, the US, you have Norway, Brazil, China. China still, I think patients still spend about 50% of the cost. But Nigeria, most of the cost is on the patient. Right? The patient pays for their healthcare. Now, it's challenging for the patient, but I show this because it presents a unique opportunity for pharmacists. And when I talk about that, you'll understand why. On the bottom is just your penetration of pharmacists in Nigeria. Again, this is concerning. This is pharmacists per 10,000 people. And the first two lines is Lagos and Abuja. So I think Lagos is average of 5 pharmacists per 10,000 people, Abuja. The Lagos 6, Abuja 5. And after that, it just drops down. The mean, the average in Nigeria is 1 pharmacist. 1 pharmacist to 10,000 patients. Again, you will understand the significance of this. So it's 1 pharmacist, 10,000 people. 1 pharmacist. Here are some mortality rates, right? This is every day. Every day, 2,300 children under 5 die in Nigeria. Our data shows that 70% of those deaths are preventable. Every day, 145 females of childbearing age die in Nigeria. The bottom map just shows you life expectancy across the globe. Sub-Saharan Africa is a challenge, but in that challenge, Nigeria is bright red. So red means you don't live very long. Green means you live long. So that's life expectancy across the globe. Now we have, these are very high level numbers. I have access to detailed data across the world because that's what I do. My job is leading healthcare strategy for the largest pharmaceutical company in the world. So I work for a company called WBA, Walgreens Boots Alliance. Anyone know Boots in the UK? Boots? So Boots in the UK, we own that company. About 2,200 stores. We own it. Walgreens in the United States, about 9,000 stores. We own it. We have chains in Peru, Chile, Mexico, China, across the globe. So we build healthcare. I build a healthcare strategy on how we monetize this and make money out of it. So I have these detailed statistics. There you go. So now you know this. How do we solve the problem? We have to reimagine healthcare in Nigeria. To really change the trajectory, we need any kind of network. So here's a couple of things I will tell you. Healthcare, to make healthcare work, what we know is that the provider of care has to be reimbursed. To be clear, I work for a for-profit company. I like money. That's why I went into healthcare. You take care of people, but you got to be taken care of. Anyone here like to do free services? You guys like working for free? I don't. I'm from somewhere. My village is in Nnewi. Anybody who knows anything about Nnewi? Anyone know Nnewi? Yeah, we're traders. I've been a trader all my life. And to trade, it means you like commercial gains. We do like money. So what I'm going to talk about today is how to get rewarded doing this. Pharmacists have to make money. There's a huge opportunity to drive significant revenue for the profession, drive significant revenue for individual pharmacists. And I am biased to community pharmacy because community pharmacy, I believe, is the best position. No knock on hospital pharmacists, no knock on clinical. Love them all. But community pharmacists are best positioned from the perspective of actually making money from reinventing healthcare. This will add a lot of revenue to community pharmacists. That's what I do for a living. That's what I do for my company. So, let's talk about what I normally hear. Whatever you're going to say, Chidebelu, it won't work in Nigeria. It works abroad. Nigeria is different. You can keep believing that until other people come to your country and start up what I'm going to talk about and then take the money and make the money. Why do I know it works in Nigeria? We've gone to countries that are similar to Nigeria and have established healthcare businesses that are thriving and making a lot of money. I just give you a couple of examples. So drug trade, the pharmacies in Mexico are, the first time I went to visit Mexico at a work level, the pharmacies are no different from Nigerian pharmacy. You go there, there's a girl behind the counter, you tell them what you want. She's not a pharmacist. She's a sales girl. You ask where's the pharmacist, they say, he's coming. He went somewhere, he went to the restroom. She asks you what you want. If you want 2 amoxil, 3, 5, it doesn't matter. They count and I give it to you. No difference. Same practice. But we went to Mexico and bought a chain of 40 stores and turned that around. These are stores that were just struggling to survive. That is a $40 million business today, revenue. So it's possible. Why do I know it's possible again? In the last 5 years, I have personally been approached by 3 different companies at 3 different times to come and lead a company in Nigeria to do healthcare, pharmacy-driven healthcare. One is a South African investor. I didn't want to leave my job at that point, but they wanted to come start up a company here, be the CEO, and they have a lot of money to invest. They want to invest in Nigeria in healthcare, pharmacy. 3 companies, 3 different times. So it does work in Nigeria. Chile, another country, no different from Nigeria. They sell drugs the same way. They're even worse. In Chile, the pharmacy, if all of you have stores, your front door would be what we call in Nigeria burglary proof. You can't go into the pharmacy. The sales girl is behind this cage. And because they have a high crime rate, people go in there and rob them. So you go to this door, and through the cage, you tell them what you want. Even for the OTC, you point, and they bring it to you, put it in a bag. You give them the money, they give you a product. But again, we bought stores, not a chain. We bought individual stores and made them a chain. And again, it's a thriving business. I believe $30 million revenue. Still selling it through the same burglary proof. Still operating the way the local economy operates. So I say this to say healthcare delivery can work in Nigeria if you do it differently, and it can drive money. You can make money doing it. Here's a solution. High level. It's a front door to a reimagined healthcare system. So think healthcare system that doesn't exist today. Community pharmacy is a front door because to get a patient better, it's not just the drugs you're going to give them or sell to them. There's a lot more that goes into that. Part of what drives up costs in healthcare is care navigation. One, the patient doesn't know what they need. So they might go see a surgeon when they don't need surgery. They might go see a doctor when they don't need a doctor. So they need someone who understands healthcare, who can help navigate that patient into all the things you need to get better. And the best positioned person is a community pharmacist. Because that's where you're in the community. You're close to the patient's home. They can walk to you. And this is true everywhere in the world. Community pharmacists are usually embedded in the community. accessible to the patient, and the patient shows up, and you know what they need. They don't know what they need. You know what they need. So you can help them navigate care. The trick is that if you build a value-based care model, that is all part of controlling costs and making money for yourself and making the patient better. And we'll talk about that. Define quality measures come into play. So, I don't know, those of you in community practice, which is most of us here, this is ACPN. A diabetic patient sometimes doesn't know where they're chasing. Last time I went home for Christmas, you know, I try to go home. I come to Nigeria quite often. I bring my family. I have two kids. I love them so much. So I bring them to Nigeria every year so that they make sure they were born in the United States. But I need them to know they're Nigerian. I need them to know how to kill chicken, how to pluck mango, how to roll nubo, and all those things. So I bring them home frequently. Every year they're in Nigeria, sometimes twice a year. And last trip, a woman shows up and she tells me, for those of you who don't understand Igbo, I'll translate. She tells me, sugar, which means I have diabetes, basically. I have the sugar disease. I said, okay, what else did they tell you? That's it. They told me to take these pills. And I look at what they gave her. They gave her metformin. But right there and then, you have a patient who has a diagnosis but has no idea what the goal is. Has zero idea what we're trying to solve for. That is what makes making money in community practice difficult. Because now the pharmacist has reduced themselves to a commodity trader. Because at that point, this lady knows she's diabetic. She goes and buys a metformin. Well, at that point, if I'm the patient, I'm going to buy the metformin from wherever I can get it the cheapest. Because there's no differentiator. What's different? Patent medicine stuff, it doesn't matter. I was just told to take this pill. So at that point, you reduced our entire practice and knowledge to a commodity. The problem when you commoditize pharmacy is that you don't make money on it because you're just selling a product. And the patient will always defer to the product. I told you guys I'm a trader. It becomes who can get the price lowest and make the slimmest margin on it. That's where the patient goes. So if you run your business that way, you're going to be competing with people who can always bring the price lower than you because they don't have your overhead. A patent medicine store will always have lower overhead than you, so they can take lower margins and they will outsell you. Now, in a value-based model, what will occur, which is what we build in countries like Mexico, is that the same woman, I will tell her, you have diabetes. And she says, what next? I will say, there's something called hemoglobin A1C. There's a test we're going to do. That test becomes a goal that you and I will partner to get you to. So I will test our A1C, and it will be 9 or 10. And I will tell her your A1C is 10, and she will tell me, what does that mean? I will say, the goal is 6.5. I'm going to help you get to 6.5. That will be our goal for the next 3 years, or whatever year I put on there. And for that, you're going to pay me. I haven't sold you a product. I haven't sold you a commodity. And then she's going to tell me, well, I don't want to pay you. Then I'm going to help her calculate how much you spent on healthcare last year. How much you spend? How much you buy these drugs every month? All the inconveniences of diabetes. Then if I'm smart enough, I can also add the complications that are coming in the future. I will tell her how she will be amputated. I will tell her how she will lose her sight. I will tell her how her kidneys are going to shut down. I will tell all the things that happen to diabetic people when your blood sugars are uncontrolled, right? I'm walking her down how this movie is going to end. And I'm helping her understand the cost burden that she will have to bear. And I say, I can reverse all that. This is what you're going to pay me. And you're not going to pay any other person. I'm now responsible for your care. Everything. So this is what we call value-based care models that we build. And when you enroll the patient into the panel and they pay you, usually it's what we call PM per month, you can fix it. Whatever it is, 50,000 naira a month, 10,000 naira, it doesn't matter. You design a model where it benefits the patient because they are spending less than they spent last year. And I check your A1C. We set a goal, and then I can start the care delivery process because I know I can do that better than anyone else. Now, in that case, you've established a panel where you can buy the drugs from me because I also sell products. But I really don't care if you want to buy it somewhere else. I'm telling you, you've paid me this amount of money. I'm responsible for your total care. If you want to go outside and spend more money, sure, knock yourself out. But you can just come to me and get the drugs. Now, there's no patent medicines dealer I need to compete with because they can't do what I am doing. What I'm doing is managing the patient to a goal. She knows the goal. I know the goal. We have a timeline, very defined metrics, and we're both getting there. It's the simplest way of starting this. So I'll give you value-based care is, for those of you who drive, if you take your car to a mechanic and they tell you that, the gearbox is faulty and it's 20,000 naira, you pay them 20,000 naira and they fix it and you go back home and they say it has a problem, you're going to take it back to the mechanic, right? Are you going to pay him again? You already gave him 20,000 naira to fix the gearbox. He's responsible for fixing the gearbox. Until you get it right, I'm not giving you more money. So smart mechanics should figure out how to fix a gearbox. The cheaper he can fix it, the more money he makes. The customer is happy, he's happy. If it's a mechanic that's not good, he'll keep trying and trying. Before he knows it, he spent more than 20,000 that you gave him. And you're not giving him more money. If you're me, I ain't give you a dime more. You have to fix my gearbox because I paid for it. Because I paid for the value. I'm not paying you for what you're doing. I'm not paying for transactions. That is how you have to think of pharmacy practice. That is how we've innovated healthcare across the globe. It works. It works. And if you stop thinking of yourself as a product dealer, but rather someone who adds value and takes care of patients end to end, you can monetize that. It's a slow process to start, but once you start, it's like, the flywheel. It's slow to start, but once you start, it gains momentum, and you'll understand how driving significant revenue. At that point, you don't need policy to protect you from patent medicine dealers. Anytime I hear pharmacists clamoring for policy, I didn't say policy is not bad, but policy ain't going to save you. If you're dependent on policy to save the profession, we're doing something wrong. If we need laws, no, we need to differentiate ourselves and make sure no one else can do what we can do. A brain surgeon doesn't need policy to stop anyone from doing brain surgery. They just need a skill set. They're confident that they're the only ones who can cut into your brain and do the surgery correctly. You can go anywhere you want to go. You can go to patent medicine store and do your brain surgery. They don't need any policy to stop it. Go. But they are confident that because they have a certain skill, only they can solve that problem for you. So the patient is forced to go to that brain surgery when you have a brain problem. Pharmacy has a differentiated skill that we need to leverage. If you leverage it effectively, you differentiate yourselves from patent medicine stores, and we don't need any policy. It's about, again, enrolling patients with chronic disease burdens. Usually it's chronic disease, setting therapeutic goals that are well defined, and helping the patient, managing the patient to that goal. The example I gave you with A1C, for example, what we discovered when we started doing this is that the patient shows, you check it the first time, it's 10. They come back next 3 months, you've been putting them on this drug. They come back in 3 months, you check it again, now and it's 9. The patient is so ecstatic. Human beings like progress. Human beings like knowing what they're chasing. What is a target? When you don't have a target, you have patients who are not compliant to their drug therapy, patients who just buy drugs as commodity, they go to the cheapest source because they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're treating. So you got to define goals. The good news is that most chronic diseases, it's easy to establish goals. High blood pressure, you can establish goals with systolic and diastolic blood pressure. Diabetes, A1C, you can establish goals. So you can establish goals for most chronic diseases. So the vision here with value-based care is that the pharmacist has to be the leading provider in reimagining local reimagining local healthcare and well-being for all. Let me tell you a little bit about why we believe the pharmacist is the best person for this. Remember, I work for a healthcare company. We employ doctors. We're trying to make money, so even though I'm biased because I'm a pharmacist, we don't really care about the practitioner we use. But in doing this around the world, what we found out is that a community pharmacist is best positioned to drive these models of care. Like I said before, they are accessible. They have enough training and knowledge. And if you as an individual pharmacist, you take the time, like I said, to be humble, identify the gaps in your competency and do the right thing to fill those gaps, you become a better pharmacist, a better practitioner. If you're not humble, you're not going to learn. Without humility, no one learns. Zero. So you got to be humble to identify the trainings you need. Now we're doing immunization training, right? Pharmacists are immunizing across Nigeria, which is one way to prevent disease, one way to prevent cost, and other training that you need to do this. And I mentioned earlier why I believe these models work in countries like Mexico, Peru, Chile, Nigeria. Is the last thing here, favorable regulatory environments. You know, I mentioned regulatory environment earlier. I'm sure some people thought I was going to badmouth our regulatory agencies. No, it's the opposite. Actually, value-based care is more difficult to implement in countries like the United States as a reimbursement model because they have a lot of regulations, a lot. I was in London last week visiting some of our Boots stores because we're trying something new. Boots were the pharmacists. So we have prescribing pharmacists, and we're doing the same thing in the UK now where you can go into a Boots store, see a pharmacist, get a prescription, fill the prescription, go home. We were negotiating with the NHS because it's a single payer system. NHS pays all the bills, just like we're trying to do with universal healthcare. It's one payer system in the UK. As a business person, I don't like it because it's hard to negotiate when the man is the one paying the bills, the man is the one writing the law, there's nobody competing, you take what he gives you, right? So we're in this negotiation last week. But that regulatory environment, the only reason why the NHS was listening to us is that we're reducing costs for them. They have a shortage of doctors in the UK. A patient pays about 70 pounds to see a doctor, so it's 70 pounds a visit. And we went in and said, a pharmacist can do the same thing for low acuity care. We'll take 35 pounds. So they listen because we're saving them a lot of money. They're the payers. They're the one paying the bills. And they quickly put a law in place to allow pharmacists to do that. So now in the UK, for low acuity care, you can go see a pharmacist. We get reimbursed 35 pounds. And the pharmacist writes a prescription. And we have the data to show that the outcomes are similar to if you see a doctor, right? So it increases access and we get paid. Patient is happy. The payer is happy. The business is happy. But in Nigeria, what you have, I could set up that in Nigeria without the headache and the timeline it took in the United Kingdom. The reason being is our regulatory environment. It's easier. It's a lot easier. Has anyone ever given you trouble when a patient came and told you they have fever, you give them the malaria medicine? That's common practice in Nigeria, right? That is what took us 5 years to start in the UK. You know, in the meetings last week, I said, this is kind of what we do in Nigeria already. They say it's prescribing pharmacists. All of you here are prescribing pharmacists. Patient shows up, you diagnose, you prescribe, you dispense, bye-bye. So we have a favorable regulatory environment in Nigeria, which makes value-based care easier to start up. And then finally, on the value-based care, the way you want to think about it is that the pharmacist supports the patient across the care continuum. So we're doing some work right now with Professor Adewale, I believe, to pilot some locations in Nigeria that will help, and we're going to work with ACPN, that will help community pharmacists who are interested in learning this model plug in and start understanding how this works. But let me make it clear. There are two outcomes that are important to me that I drive when I do this. Number one outcome is better patient care. The patient has to be healthier. We're trying to increase access to care for patients and get people healthier. The second outcome, these are the only two things for me that I care about. The first is patient outcomes, right? Patient gets healthier. The second is more money for the pharmacist. The pharmacist has to make more money. I have a personal saying, if it don't make money, it don't make sense. It's just hard to convince me. If it don't make money, it don't make sense. So when you're doing this, you're doing it out of the good of your heart, but you got to get paid. And I want pharmacists to be paid a lot to do this. The way you do it is you set up patient panels, and I'll go briefly. You set up patient panels. In Nigeria, if I were to do it, if I owned the pharmacy, I would just start with two diseases, high blood pressure and diabetes. That's it. If the patient is diabetic, the patient has high blood pressure, because those are easily defined goals. Those are diseases that you can easily establish cost. You can establish how much the patient has been spending so that you can bargain with the patient to tell them, all this every day you're coming to buy this, buy that, buy this, buy that. Let's put you on this. I'll take care of you. All your healthcare needs, we'll put you on a panel. We'll define what that cost is. We'll define the goals that we're marching to, and we start providing care that way. It's a different mindset, different way to look at healthcare, but it's a way that we know works. And if you don't do it, somebody else will. Like I said, I've been personally approached to come and lead companies to do this, to do healthcare. And one of the companies actually, which they're still trying because they're well funded, what they wanted me to do, or the strategy that I shared with them, was to start acquiring your practices. Your practices. You guys own pharmacies, right? Yeah, it's the easiest way to spread. Done it around the world. So you come in, the value of your pharmacy today, I don't know these days how much it takes to start a pharmacy in Nigeria. 5 million, 10 million, no. Whatever the cost, I can value your pharmacy, and I can give you money for that pharmacy that you think you're getting a deal. You think you're getting a deal. This guy is foolish. He's paying me for this pharmacy. And I'll buy it, and I'll buy the next one, and the next one, and before you know it, I've bought 100 of you guys, and I make it a chain, I put a brand around it, and I build value care models around it, and you will never be able, you can go start your own pharmacy somewhere else. You will never be able to compete with me ever again. You will be working as a pharmacist in that chain if you want to survive. Or you can go take the money I paid you for a pharmacy and do something else. You can open meat pie store. But in pharmacy, you're not going to be able to compete. So I say this, and the money I paid you, in no time, I'll be making 5 or 6 or 10 times that amount of money on an annual basis. Because all I'm doing is taking a business model and putting it on your infrastructure that you have today. You're probably in a good community, good position. People already know you. In a neighborhood that people come to your store every day, put the right model on it, you make 10 times that money. Matter the chain, I told you, one of the chains we bought in Chile was losing money. They were losing money. I think we paid $5 for that acquisition, $5 plus debt, whatever they were owing, because they were upside down. So they were happy, but it's not making $30, $40 million. So it's about how you do it. So again, it's a humility to say, this is interesting. Get out of your mind that it won't work in Nigeria, because it will. I hope that when we continue the work we're doing with Prof. Adewale and Co., and with ACPN, that we can bring pilot models that individual members of ACPN can plug into and start to learn how to do this and pilot this. Because the last thing I really would want is for Nigerian pharmacists to lose their practice to well-funded business people who form chains and really take your source of income, where you can have the opportunity to really make a lot of money. Because I know this country. I practiced here for 5 years, and this country is ripe for healthcare disruption, because there are three things we always look at. Three things. When I go into any country, any market, three things. You want a country that has someone who's paying for the healthcare and you can talk to that person. In Nigeria, it's a patient. The patient pays for it, so you're already there. In other countries, it's harder because maybe it's a government that pays or an insurance company. Here, the patient pays and they're in front of you. The second thing you're looking for is a country that the regulatory environment is what I call loosey-goosey. It's not too tight, which is Nigeria. Like I said, so you can write your own prescriptions. So you've checked two boxes. The last thing I look for is where there are poor outcomes. The patient is not happy with care. The patient is not getting better. Again, Nigeria checks that box. The outcomes are not great. The patient is taking the pill, but they don't even know what they're taking it for. So you check the three things that I look for if I decide on countries to go invest in and build these healthcare products. Nigeria checks all those boxes. So I know this business, and Nigeria has a population. We said one pharmacist for every 10,000 people. To make any of your pharmacies profitable, they're profitable today, I'm talking of significant profits. You probably need a panel of 100 patients, 100 diabetic and hypertensive patients to start with. So if you think of one pharmacist per 10,000 patients, and all you're looking for is 100, not very hard to get there. If you started the right way, learning the right way, and build these panels and go into value-based care. It is what I preach because it's what makes money for pharmacists, and I continue to advocate for the profession. I love the profession. I had said this session, right, when I was thinking about a keynote speech, I didn't want to come here and read a speech for you because I care about pharmacy practice in Nigeria a little bit more than reading a speech to you. I wanted to have a passionate, heart-to-heart conversation of the opportunities that exist. I wanted to even take questions because there might be some. But I wanted to have a personal conversation with this group. Pharmacists in Nigeria are super smart. Nigerians generally are super smart. Just let's be clear on that. I don't know any other country that produces the amount of smart people that go elsewhere in the world and do amazing things. Every day I interact with, the so-called Americans, but half of them are Nigerians. Right? Every day you're interacting with some American. I have meetings with Americans, but then you look at the name, they're Nigerian. There's a Nigerian here, Ayo, and she practices, she works for Walgreens. That lady created the workflows for all, what I'm talking about here, disease state management. That's what she does for a living. She creates workflows for disease state management. She writes SOPs for a company. She's building a healthcare business in the United States where I think the projected value-based care is supposed to make $3 billion. $3 billion. And she's designed all the workflows for that. And she's Nigerian. American. Right? Just like they say, I'm American. I'm from the Navy. So I don't know what's more Nigerian than the Navy. So I hope this helps someone here, but I really need us to, again, reflect on our practice. So your takeaway here is reflect on your practice. If you commoditize pharmacy, be frustrated. If you make your business a commodity, if you think people should pay you more for the same drug because you put AC, or because your sales girl wears uniform, or because you went to pharmacy school, I should pay you more for the same drug because you have a license. I don't know why I should pay you more. You didn't manufacture the drug. So your license didn't make the drug, right? And yes, you have AC, but I don't live here. I just want a drug. Just give it to me. So why should I pay you more? So the argument, you will always lose that argument because what you've done is you've commoditized pharmacy. We have the same challenge in the United States. Our dispensing stores, that's why we put in services. That's why we put in value-based care. Because if you're just dispensing, it's a commodity. It becomes who can sell it the cheapest. So don't commoditize your education. Don't commoditize your knowledge. Do not. You're a pharmacist, you're a professional, you're into care delivery. The goal is to make patients healthier, live better lives. You can do it better than anyone else. You wrap that around the medications or products, but that's not what you're selling. What you're selling is a value-based care to get people healthier, and there's a premium in that for you. That's what I want us to leave this room thinking, because it's coming. It's coming to Nigeria, whether I like it or not. But I just want us to participate as it comes, as it happens. Value-based care is coming here. It's coming. And it's going to be pharmacist-led. We have a residency program that I'm partnering with a couple of people to build so that we can start training pharmacists as they come out of the pharmacy school on how to think value-based care, how to change their practice, how to deliver care better, and then how to monetize it. Remember, all this is not about, say, two outcomes: get people healthier and make richer pharmacists. I want the next time I'm coming for ACPN, I want the car park to be filled with all your, which car do they drive now in Nigeria? Range Rover, be Lexus. Me, I drive Innocent. I'm from Nnewi, I'm local. I don't like fancy stuff. I've been trying to import Innocent to Chicago where I live, but they won't let me import my little Innocent car. So whatever car tickles your fancy, but I want pharmacists to be wealthy. Pharmacists are wealthy every other place in the developed world. Pharmacists are wealthy in the United States. You know, graduate pharmacists just fresh out of school, we start them at $140,000 a year. We give them a $50,000 sign-on bonus. When I give them that, it's not because I love them. It's because they're going to drive value and drive revenues for us, because we've created these models that you need professionals to drive revenue, and then the company makes money, they make money. So pharmacists are a rewarding profession, but we've got to do it right so that we can earn more. And I absolutely believe if we do this right, a pharmacist doesn't have to leave here and go to the United States to make money. You can make money here. If we don't do it, someone else will. Thank you, guys.
You told us thank you, guys, so thank you, man. Please, can do better than that. Thank you so very much. Can we appreciate him? Thank you so very much. And I invite the National Chairman of ACPN to honor our keynote address speaker. Please, let's appreciate the National Chairman of ACPN as he comes on stage. Thank you so very much.
All right. Thank you, guys. so very much appreciate what you have done to us today. You may not see people jumping up and down, but you have sown some seed in their lives. And I'm sure that quite a number of people will catch up with it and they will run with it. Thank you so much. We are grateful. May I therefore humbly call on the PSN President, Professor Cyril Usifoh, to come and do us proud by presenting this award to him. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well done.
I can see that the name is very Nigerian because it starts with Chi. On behalf of the Association of Community Pharmacists in Nigeria, we want to present this appreciation award for coming down to discuss with us and share your ideas. And I'm confident that you're going to have more interactions one-on-one with some of our colleagues at the break section. We really appreciate you. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Chidebelu, thank you so much. All right. If I have opportunity to ask him a question, the question will have been for me to know the size of the budget size of Walgreen and Boots. The last time I checked, their budget size is triple that of the whole of this country as a single company. So, ladies and gentlemen, I once again would like to welcome you in my own little way. Yes, I have a long speech here, but I will not make that speech. I'm going to abridge it so that we can move forward. I'm honored to stand before you today as we gather for this highly anticipated 42nd Annual National Conference of ACPN. As community pharmacists, each one of us plays a critical role in the healthcare system, providing essential services to our communities. Today, we come together to empower and inspire one another and to uncover new strategies and opportunities that will elevate the role of community pharmacists in our society. I believe we are doing that already. And just to abridge this, you will notice that this year, we are running 3 different programs. And these are all certified programs. We are running programs in point-of-care testing, a postgraduate diploma. We are also running the universal treatment curriculum for substance use disorder. We are also running the vaccination program as well. It is in a bid for our community pharmacists to do more and earn more. I do hope that by the time you leave this conference, your practice will change a lot and you will earn a lot of resources. I'm beginning to think like Chidebelu now. It is good to help the people. It is also good to help yourself, right? It is critical. So thank you so much. I think that will be all from me. Some of the most important things I want you to know is that last year, we started the supply chain coordination system. I want to let you know that most exhibitors that are here today are already on that supply chain coordination system. And for people who are attending this conference, if you don't even want to go around the booth, you can sit down with your phone and place order and you'll be supplied. For those who are not attending who are not physically here or are attending virtually, wherever they are, they can get connected for the purpose of this conference alone to importers and exhibitors. Last year too, the healthserve.org, the online documentation tool, is now in use by many in many pharmacies. And 2 weeks ago, I had meetings with implementing partners that are ready to put down money to support that platform. PCN also is looking into that platform because they are now beginning to ask questions to say that it is not good for every year we license you and we don't ask for evidence of your practice. So it is good for us to be aware of all these things and then to try as much as possible to come on board. So thank you so much for listening to me. That will be all with my address. I want to do something very significant. I don't know, Pharmacist Ambrose, do I have the labeling machines, the label printers here? Yes. Yes. Okay. So I think it's better we do the NADAC result first. So can we have the display of the online poll? Please. Okay.
Thank you so very much, Chairman. I want to invite the judges for the NADAC competition. Mr. Tade Ikpadeola, who's a lawyer and a renowned poet and a literary genius. And then pharmacist Mrs. Ijomo Kewurum, FPSN. Please come up to the podium. And we immediately invite the students who came here for the competition. Miss Ebida Oluwatobi Blessing to step up. Miss Awe Kende Gift Mary to come up. Miss Umusulaim Ado Abba to come up, please. Thank you. Please, can we keep appreciating them? It's that moment we've been waiting for this award. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Still standing on the already established protocol, we're here to do a very simple assignment. I am sure we were spellbound when we listened to the spellbinders who displayed to us and tried to demonstrate what we watched on the clips. So being writers in our own rights, we can affirm to you that the language was right, properly curated. So at this point in time, I will yield the podium to the lead judge, Mr. Tade Ipadiola, Esquire, to come and tell us exactly how they stand. Welcome, Mr. Tade.
Thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to stand before you. I just have 2 comments to make before I announce the winners. By the way, you can see all of them are ladies, young ladies. That tells us in this society that we have a lot of work to do. If you want a balanced society, then we need to talk to the young men as well, so that they can step up as well. I want to thank the pharmacists in Nigeria for keeping us all alive. If everybody left Nigeria, then there will be no one to do the tasks. And particularly because I grew up in a village, I know better than anyone else who grew up in any city that we need you. And we need you to make money, as the keynote speaker said. So we did the assessment of the work these young ladies did on 3 basic criteria. One was fidelity to the theme. The second was the language used. And the third was the presentation skills. And then we combined our findings with the findings online. And I can confidently say to you that they all agree. So unanimously, it is my pleasure to present the winners. The 3rd place from, can I have the, oh, it's sorry, this is going to take a while. I know that the online and the judges agreed, so, but I don't want to get the names wrong. Well done, young ladies. By the way, there were over 700 schools that participated in this program. So if you see anyone in here, that person is already a winner. It is not an easy thing. Apart from practicing law, I also teach writing in Iowa. Iowa is the #1 writing school in America. Guess what happens when you get there? Like 1/3 of the class is Nigerian. And they usually are the ones that came there on scholarship. And Oyinbo people don't give anything for free. That tells you something. These people are going places. These young ladies are going places. A round of applause for them. Now that I'm confident that I'm not going to mix results, and I'm going to have the exact and precise names, it is my pleasure to announce the third place winner from Al-Maghili International Academy, Kano, Musulain Ado Abba. Thank you. Congratulations.
Please, I would like past President Azubike Okwo, the current president of PSN, Professor Cyril Usifoh, so please join me. Elder Oshinake, please join me in presenting this award. And I believe the teacher and guardian from our school, are you here? And then Chairman Kano State, are you here? ACPN Chairman Kano State, are you here? Please come quickly, please. Come. This is worthy of celebration. Thank you so much for bringing quality into it. We know that you are going places. Just think about 700 schools that had the intention of being here, but you are one of them, and you have won an award. Congratulations. Are you happy? Say it if you are happy.
I'm happy.
Say it loud now.
I'm happy.
Say it again.
I'm happy.
Congratulations. Congratulations. So please come, sir. The guardians, please come. Please, the guardians, Kano State Chairman, and then my president, please come forward. Please come this way. Please come here. Come here, sir. All right. Okay. So please, now we can touch the photograph. We have not allowed you. Don't worry. We'll check the next one. All right. So please come. All right. Thank you so much. Congratulations. All right.
Congratulations once again. The second place winner for this competition from Junior Secondary School, Kurudu, FCT, Abuja, Ebida Oluwatobi Blessing. Congratulations.
Please, the teacher, the guardian should come out. And then FCT chairman, please come out. Come and support. I believe you paid flight tickets for them now. So apart from the gift, these ones, they were sponsored to be here by the respective state chairman. Oh, the mom is there. Oh. Congratulations. Congratulations, man. You have the very bright girl. This girl will go to places and win many more awards. Please come up, sir. All right? So, are you happy? I thought you said you will become a community pharmacist. Say it again now.
I'm happy.
You are happy and you want to become
a community pharmacist.
I finished my job. So, sir. Congratulations. 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 Please, I'm willing to take donations for this one. If you want to support what ACPN is doing and you want to give them money, please just approach me. We are open to getting more donations for them. Thank you.
Yes, be proud. You did something great. And it is my pleasure and the privilege to announce the first place winner from Early Group High School. Early Group High School, River State. Our Candy Gift Mary, first position.
When I look at what they have done and the impact in our society, I'm so proud, so very proud that this kind of program was initiated last year and we are continuing along that spectrum. So, LA Grip, thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. And for most of you who have forgotten that I'm from River State, this is the time for me to show that I'm from River State. LA Grip, congrats. Congrats. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, oh, River State chairman, are you still here? River State delegate, you know there? Yeah, for the champion, stand up, stand up, stand up for the champion, stand up, hey, hey, stand up, stand up, stand up for the champion, stand up. Congratulations.
Thank you. Nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count, so stand up.
So I want to thank all of us for participating online and in person. Next year, Oyo State is going to win.
For the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up. Stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make for the champions, stand up. Stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up. Stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up. For the champions, stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, 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 stand up.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I know the day is far spent and we have to have our lunch. Let me invite Pharmacist Lizette Ezenekwe to continue the anchoring of the program. Pharmacist Lizette.
We are welcome again and still standing on the already established protocol. I wish to invite our own, the Alps of Delta State, to come forward and give us the welcome address, the welcome song. Alps, up Alps. Okay. Yes, while we are waiting for them, yes, all the Alps from Delta State, we want you at the stage now. We thank the ACPN for this wonderful competition. And I'm so happy that the students were able to show us what it really means to be a true Nigerian. And we are grateful for the ones that want to become community pharmacists. And we pray that subsequently, they will continue to make us proud in their different endeavors. Thank you. Up-ups.
Up-ups. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. As men of honor, okay, that is the last English I will speak. Now, we did Delta State. Since I hear grammar. Shoo, we did Delta State. And we won't say make you take home 2 things. Delta State, now big heart state. And Delta State not the carry last. And as now come here, so I hope say, when go pick 1 or 2 pidgin, they mix in our English. Because when grammar too much, you know they help person. Right? So, the arms in Delta State, like all arms nationwide, are beautiful ladies. However, Delta State apps and they fine die. You can see them. They fine die. And I go sing for you. You go no say forever. You go remember and say you come Delta State. Delta State, not they carry last. Ladies and gentlemen, make I introduce you to our director and composer of a song, Chief Yemi Jatui.
It's a go-wado.
Hey. 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 Hey.
This conference where you come so. Conference where you.
Knowledge go follow you go.
This conference where you come so. Now knowledge go follow you go. You know go the way you come move. Now so it's supposed to be. This conference where you come so. Now knowledge go follow you go. You know go the way you come. So it's supposed to be. This conference where you come so. Now knowledge go follow you go. You know go the way you come. So it's supposed to be. That's so it's supposed to be.
Training in the morning, collabo in the evening.
That's so it's supposed to be. That's so it's supposed to be. Hey. Conference where you come so. Don't let go follow you go.
This conference where you come from. Knowledge go follow you go.
You not go where you come.
So it's supposed to be.
Evening. That's so it's supposed to be.
Sala in the morning.
Ukodo in the evening. That's so it's supposed to be.
Morning, gala in the evening.
That's so it's supposed to be. This data where you come so. Enjoyment go follow you go. We know they carry last at all.
Delta when you come so. Enjoyment go follow you go home. You not go carry last at all. That's so it's supposed to be. This Delta where you come so. Enjoyment go follow you go home. You not go carry last at all. That's so it's supposed to be. This Delta where you come so. Enjoyment go follow you go. You not go carry last at all. That's so it's supposed to be. 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 That's so it's supposed to be.
Yes. Thank you, Delta. Thank you, Delta. The chairman of NAIB. Pharmacists Ken Honorable FPSN to come forward to give the from NAIB.
Chairman of the occasion, Dr. Dere Awosika, FPSN, Chairman, Access Bank.
We invite the National Chairman of the National Association of Industrial Pharmacists, Pharmacists Ken Honorable FPSN, ably represented by Pharmacist Theophilus Emeka Adimoha, FPSN, for the goodwill message from NAIB. A round of applause for Pharmacist Ken Honorable, the National Chairman of NAIB, as he makes his goodwill message to this 42nd Annual National Scientific Conference of the ACPN. Sir, you are welcome. A round of applause, please, while he takes the podium.
Thank you, my brother. Good afternoon, guests and distinguished colleagues. Let me take my powers from the already established protocol. My name is Pharmacist T, FPSN, representing the National Chairman of Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ken Honorable FPSN. He has asked me to bring goodwill messages to the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, and to say that the choice of the theme of discussion, building effective community pharmacy services for universal health coverage, cannot be treated at no better time than today. And I want to also note that it has been established that ACPN is the largest technical group of the PSN. Undebatable. But again, NAIB, you will agree with me, is the richest technical group of the PSN. No, we cannot argue that. And so please, I bring you warm greetings from the NAIPians, and to say also that I have been enriched personally as a pharmacist listening to the keynote speaker deliver the theme, Dr. Chidebelu Ufodike, nna ochie danna ekpupuneme okpu My mom is from Newi, so you can imagine that the same blood is running. I think that he has just nailed it, the nail straight on. And I want to appreciate the leadership team of ACPN for bringing him down to talk to us. Any pharmacist in Nigeria who has not listened to him today has actually missed a lot. Let us relax, take the lessons from today and go back to implement in any area of your practice. I think I just made the greatest sense ever. Thank you, Dr. Chidebelu, for bringing that up. And let me finally wish the ACPN a very memorable scientific conference, and also pray that we will all get home at the end of the event safely. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very short goodwill message. We now invite the National Chairman of the Association of Hospital and Administrative Pharmacists of Nigeria, AHAPN, Pharmacist Olabode Ogunjemiyo, Fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, to please take the podium and deliver the goodwill message from AHAPN to this 42nd Annual National Scientific Conference of the ACPN. Pharmacist Bode, please. I know we are eating. Please, if your hands are free, jam them together as we make welcome Pharmacist Bode Ogunjemiyo, FPSN, as he mounts the stage to deliver his goodwill message from AHAPN to ACPN, A to A.
Thank you very much. The chairman of this opening ceremony, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the keynote address speaker, past presidents of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Well, let me just stand on the existing protocols. Well, I brought greetings from the NEC, Council, and indeed all members of the Association of Hospital and Administrative Pharmacists of Nigeria. We are indeed very, very glad that this particular conference is coming up at this time. And of course, the theme of the conference is very, very apt. On behalf of the NEC, Council, and indeed all members of AHAP, I want to congratulate the National Chairman, Pharmacist Wale Oladigbolu, the CPC members for organizing this wonderful conference. It is my prayer because it is often said that how the evening is going to be, you know it from the morning. So from what we have seen today, it is clear that this conference is going to be a very, very wonderful one. It is on this note that I want to say welcome and have a wonderful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our sisters from, or our brothers rather, because we are all men of honor. Our brothers from the hospital and administrative section of pharmacy practice. At this moment, we'll take the goodwill message from the chairman of the ACPN Board of Trustees. The goodwill message from the chairman of ACPN Board of Trustees. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite to the podium Dr. UNO Owaga, FPSN, FNA Pharm, FNIM, MNI, to deliver his goodwill message to this 42nd Annual National Scientific Conference of the ACPN. Let's encourage Dr. UNO Owaga, FPSN, as he takes the mic.
Thank you very much, my dear colleagues. I
I, together with members of the board, some past presidents are there, and others, feel very glad to be here today. Me, as a community pharmacist, I feel very happy to be here. It's like today's presentation. If I had what it takes, Prof. Usifoh will listen to me. People like our presenter, Chidebelu, should be invited as visiting professors. They will turn the clock around. That's what some of us past presidents, including Tony Ahimen, Okwo, and others were trying to do. We said we wanted to do it because it can turn our practice around for the better. And let me sound a note of warning to us. It is coming. I was sharing with Ike, who were sitting by there. This practice is going to be yanked away from us. That is the world of capitalism. So some of the things he was saying here, and we were just saying, gonna this, that. No, that's the reality. So ACPN, community pharmacies, should brace up for the future. The future is coming, and pray it is not the American style that is coming to Nigeria. We're sharing. The American will come, look at your practice, and give you $100,000 or $200,000. It looks like money. And that's your future, that's your retirement, that's your everything, and you're gone. If it's franchising, it's better. As you retire, you probably have something that will be coming to you. But we need to. So I want to congratulate, on behalf of my dear colleagues, congratulate the ACPN of today. What we did so many years ago looked like Stone Age practice, Stone Age pharmacy. But today it is changing. The value-added pharmacy practice, our conference also has added value to our lives. I was sharing with Mr. Chairman, sir. It is not enough for us to be here and then we go back. I am hoping, I'm praying that a clip of today's presentation, as it is with all the explanations, will go home back to our colleagues who could not make it. They listen to it and learn, because the future is coming, where pharmacies might mean nothing. They pay you off with your certificate, go home and do some other thing, or like they say these days, go home and die. So this conference is giving us value for our money, and it's teaching us value-added pharmacy practice, which is the future. I want to thank the organizers, Mr. Chairman, and all others, and say that we are on the right path. We are on the right path. So I believe that even by next year, we shall start seeing the results of all this. Professor Usifoh, sir, my president, please don't allow Paul anybody. He's a politician. He will confuse you. I think we need to invite some of these people as visiting professors. Let them come and help and change us for the better. It's not that your Dr. Emafo's notes that some of your colleagues are still using in the universities up to today, with apologies to some of you. That's the truth of the matter. I think we need to face modernity. Thank you so very much, and congratulations, ACPN.
Please, we have an award of community pharmacy service to Chief Paul Enebele. Please come and take your award, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
My fellow politician, come now.
Please take my.
We're in different parties, though, but we're all politicians. Come in. That's it.
Please let's appreciate. Man.
This is going to, let me properly address him, Honorable Sir Pharmacist, Honorable Chief Paul Enebeli, FPSN, for his excellent leadership award, leadership in almost all stratifications. We congratulate you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we are going to bring this to an end very soon. But before I do that, you know, it is not for nothing that some people put digital when they want to call my name. I love IT because IT is solutions to many problems of the world. So today, I will call on Pharmacists, past President Azubike Okwo to please come up. Please come up, sir. Come up for this very special assignment, sir. Thank you so much, sir. All right? So for the past 1 year, we have been talking about digitalization of Okay, so we've been talking about digitalization of community pharmacy practice. One of those things that I would love to do is to provide software for community pharmacists. So one, we have 2 inventory control software that community pharmacists can buy into. We have the one that is from P2P, and then we have the one that is from ElectroClark. That one is customized for us. And for every community pharmacist in Nigeria who wants to use this inventory software, you only need to pay 3,000 naira per annum, and not more than that. You did not hear me very well, sir. All right? So instead of you buying your own software for 150,000, okay, so I think it's better now. So we have that software. We have the P2P software. We have the EdServes for documentation of what you do within your practice. All the pharmaceutical care that you offer, all the point of care testing that you do. And then, more importantly, for some of us who participate in public health programs, most of those tools, most of those forms you need to fill are on this system. So this particular one is like a data capturing device, and we call it Retail Toolbox. It is branded for ACPN, and we are doing this. We imported it as a group so that people can have it at a cheap price. Before now, we used to get it for 300,000 naira, but because we join hands together to import, it comes down to about 250,000 naira. It is not just a computer. It is a computer that has a printer attached, that has a scanner attached, and can be used as to receive payments through the card system. So if you are buying a computer, you need a printer. You buy a printer, then you buy a scanner. But all those things are in one system. And I'm calling on you to please adopt it. It has 12 hours battery backup, so it is suitable for even use in rural areas. And then when your customer brings their ATM cards they want to pay, you just slot it onto this spot. Now, I have not called my mentor here because of this one. I've called him here because of something that he's been passionate about. When he was PSN president, as I became ACPN chairman, he has spoken about it. He will keep telling you, stop writing 111 on your medicines. We need to label digitally. We need to separate our profession from others. We need to reprofessionalize community pharmacy practice. So we have imported hundreds of these label printers. Why are we doing the importation? Because if you want to buy it and add label printers, because if you want to do it on your own, or you want to go to market to buy, you might be buying this tool for about 80,000 naira. But because you have resources, your resources, not mine, the resources of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, we are piloting by importing 100 of these. And what does it do? It is a label printer. And that label printer is already customized to this device. You can also use your computer as well. But once you are on earthserves.org, the online documentation tool, you just click a button and the label flies out. As the label flies out, you populate it. Paracetamol, it comes out. You label it appropriately. 2-3 times a day, click of a button, this prints out the label. And then you peel it off and stick it on your medicines. Is it worthy of doing? How many of us will key into this program? All of us. Thank you. Thank you. Once you exhaust this 100, we are going to bring in 200. We are going to bring 500, 1,000, until all community pharmacies in Nigeria learn how to label appropriately. We are reprofessionalizing the profession in such a way that it will be difficult in the future for us to have R&D. R&D will not be able to document. R&D will not be able to label appropriately. So thank you very much. So I want you to say a word. Thank you, sir. You are the one launching it now. If you launch it with 100 million naira, it will not be a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. My joy knows no bounds today. This is our mustard seed moment. I like to call it mustard seed moment. After the beautiful keynote, we are adding those small ingredients to make pharmacy practice what it should be. To make pharmacy practice what it should be. I remember my first assignment as chairman of NAGPP in Lagos. Concerned about labeling, how we label, how we hand products to patients. I went to Wigan and Tip in Agbara and got them to prepare for us pre-printed labels. Those of you from Lagos State many years back will remember that the NAGPP that I chaired gave out those labels free. It wasn't good enough, but it was a good start. And when I became your president, I partnered with NAFSA, and we were still talking about labels. But that was also a bulky thing. And in fact, when I went to the US last year, my small daughter, who knew what our practice is here, just with a click of the button, ordered the handheld label printers for me. And it's making the difference. And this has to be mandatory. We're not going, everybody must. And I thought the PCN would be here. The PCN must incorporate these labels. As I say, mustard seed, the smallest seed for us. Let's sow those seeds with this. This is our mustard seed, small in nature. But when it matures, when it grows, it becomes the greatest tree for us. And then, I tell you, it won't be the same. Pharmacy practice, when we put this together with all the things we've learned today, it won't be the same. It is mandatory. I am going to make sure, it is my fight, make sure that PCN, make sure that everybody will have this. Everybody should have this, so that a product that comes out of pharmacy is distinguishable from the one that comes from hospitals. No patent medicine man will do this in the next 100 years. So I am so proud to be here and then to launch this. I'm not going to name figures, but I bet you, Wale, I'm going to send a check that proves that I'm happy with what has happened. You know I supported you. You know I called you to come and contest that we want somebody like you to be our chairman in ACPN. And you proved all of us that, okay, more assignments possibly for you in future. You know we can do it. So on behalf of all of us, we are launching this product We are launching this device. And please make sure, how many have gone? I understand that 50 out of the 100 has gone. So please make sure you book and be one of the first 100 to get this machine. On behalf of the college, let me even bring in the College of Past Presidents. The College of Past President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. I'm going to make sure that we invite the registrar. The past president will invite the registrar and make sure that this becomes a mandatory for every practice. Every practice must have this. On behalf of all of us, I'm launching this with XXX amount of naira. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We really appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate it, sir. Thank you. So I think it's good.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. ACPN is going digital. Please, as is our usual practice,
all over the world are facing existential threats, and Nigeria is not exempted. Truth is that most retail pharmacies are not profitable enough. The good news is that this can be fixed, and it could start tomorrow for you. So join me at the Pharmacy Profitability Masterclass during panel 15. We will take together a deep dive into tools and tactics to drive retail pharmacy profitability. So, hold your breath and let's dive together.
Thank you. Please, before we President for the presidential address, I want to invite the APS once more to come to the stage for to give us our pharmacy anthem. Please, APS Delta, I told you to wait, that we'll soon call you again. A round of applause as they come. We are going to the end, gradually coming to the end of today's program. Let them come up and give us the pharmacy anthem. While we take on our pharmacy anthem, I want to tell everyone, if you're a pharmacist in this building, you stand up while all the non-pharmacists will remain sitting down. All the pharmacists will stand, all the non-pharmacists keep sitting down. APS Delta for the pharmacy anthem.
Thank you very much. Please, we want to take the pharmacy anthem. Can we have all pharmacists standing? All our visitors can remain seated. It is an anthem that it is ours and our pride. We pharmacists, we're proud of pharmacy. We members all of the glorious FPSN, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As men of honor, we join hands for pharmacists.
We are the
drug making.
We are the
dispensing.
We are the
wholesaling.
We are the
drug detailing.
We are the
Nigeria.
We are the
Nigerians. We are there. As men of honor, we join hands.
Thank you, APS Delta. We welcome now the President of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Professor Cyril Usifoh, a fellow of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, as he comes forward to give his presidential address. A round of applause to our president as he takes on this stage.
The chairman of the occasion, our keynote address speaker, my past presidents here, chairman of ACPN, and former Board of Fellows chairman. Let me stand on the existing protocol. I'm happy with what ACPN has done here. And for me, it's a gathering of dedicated healthcare professionals. During my time as a student in Ife, Great Ife, they will always say, my teacher once said, if you pass Pharm Chem, very likely you will pass all the other departmental courses. My teacher, late Professor Usifoh, would say, with all we've done, if you fail cognosy, it means you failed everything in other departments. So, if you attend ACPN conferences, then you've attended conferences as well. That's not to say that Napa, who is the producer of everybody, has to be very unique in Ilorin. Having said that, I am happy that we gladly said our keynote address speaker did well. And I want to say that to further do what he says we should do practically, we need one thing, and that is EGO, ego. If you establish pharmacy practice very well, you will make good profit. Secondly, I also want to say that we are willing to partner with him and discuss with him. And indeed, it's on record that University of Benin, the trailblazer, we have Dr. Teresa Pan as one of our adjunct lecturer from the United States. And I have been arguing and saying it should be done, that people who have practiced in various aspects of pharmacy, community, in the industry, in the hospital, they, in their own right, as far as I'm concerned, being a professor of over 20 years, they are professors in their own right. I don't see any reason why I shouldn't be able to take Dr. Waga to come for a chair in University of Benin if I have the opportunity. We'll discuss with that and ask all the deans to see how they can make cases so that these experiences you don't buy in the market, I would like Passionike and his wife to come in, they could even do it pro bono. And so we can give what I will call experiential training to our students. The day if I spend, I don't intend boring you down with log speeches, but to tell you that a place you cannot avoid to be this year, towards November, is Gombe. Hello? All roads lead to Gombe. And I can assure you that your chairman, Wale, will be there. I will be there. And I'm sure if you make enough preparations, we are discussing with the chairman of Airpeace to see how we can get rebate. Will let us know appropriate when the time comes out. I'm sure you'll be able to feel the pinch. The governor, the deputy governor, and indeed a couple of other officials are preparing for us. That's the first time they will host pharmacists. And don't disappoint them. Please make preparation to be in Gombe. The weather is beautiful. There are a lot of cool joints for those who love cool joints. As whether you will get Gombe water, not only supply water, when you make your bookings, let me know. I will tell you where to get those things. On that note, I want to wish us a wonderful time and to say that if you have not registered for the Gombe conference, please go and register. And I'm sure you will not regret doing that. May God continue to bless us as we work together for the good of pharmacy. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Professor Cyril Usifoh. Please, a round of applause for him once again. Unarguably, the President has way with words wonderfully that you can hardly really pick the technical group. He is a member of all the technical groups. Ladies and gentlemen, all is well that ends well. And we must say that you have been very wonderful, patient, attentive, and it's been a wonderful day. We have learned a lot, and I think you agree with me that we have been equipped to reposition community pharmacy practice for universal health coverage. It is on this note that I invite to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the ACPN, Pharmacist Ambrose Igwekam Eze, Merit Award winner, the National Secretary of ACPN.
Thank you, thank you. My president, my chairman, Pharmacist Wale Oladigbolu, all the fellows here present, distinguished community pharmacists, awardees here present, Merit Award winner, please permit me to stand on existing protocol. I stand today to deliver a heartfelt vote of thanks to on behalf of the national chairman, National Executive Committee, and NEC, and all the entire membership of Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria. Our gratitude go to all the delegates to this 42nd National Conference of ACPN holding here at Asaba, Delta State. You have sacrificed your precious time and resources to be part of this history today. Your presence here today also signifies your unwavering dedication and commitment to our profession. Equally, I also want to extend my special words, our appreciation to our distinguished speakers and panelists who will generously share their knowledge, expertise, and insight during the various sections as we forge ahead. Your valuable contribution will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of the latest trends and innovations in the pharmaceutical industry. Your passion and enthusiasm for your respective area of expertise will ignite a spark within all of us, inspiring us to strive to excellency and continuously push to new frontiers in our profession. Permit me to also express our immense thanks to the Conference Planning Committee, ably led by Pharmacist Reverend Daniel Ajayi, Merit Award winner, DC Pharm, and all the local organizing committee for their materials planning and flawless execution of this conference. Your tireless efforts, countless hours of work, and your attentions to details have ensured the great success attained in this conference. We remain truly grateful to all the invited dignitaries, most especially the chief hosts, our President, Professor Cyril Usifoh, FPSN, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, for your present and outstanding contributions. Furthermore, I would like to acknowledge the sponsors and exhibitors whose support and partnership have made this conference possible. Your belief in our mission and your willingness to invest in the future of pharmacy are vital to our collective success. We deeply value your continued collaboration and look forward to forging stronger relationships in the years to come. Lastly, I would like to emphasize that the conference is not just an event, but a catalyst for change. Let us take the knowledge, insights, and connections we will gain here and use them to drive innovations, improve patient care, and transform the face of pharmacy. Together, we have the power to make a lasting impact. Once again, many thanks to everyone who has contributed to the success of this national conference. I say ACPN, empowering community pharmacies and protecting your people. From Ambrose Igwekam. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much. Just to let you know that shortly after now, the ACPN Cooperative will be having their annual general meeting. We encourage all those who are involved to kindly be a part of this meeting. We'd like to thank you so much, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for your time. It's been a wonderful moment here at the Dome. It's been a wonderful, richly impacting moment, and I've been with some of the most fantastic MCs alongside today. I want to say thank you for sticking with us, and on behalf of my partners.
Na conference in the pharmacy name, I na siono dalo. Lekosi afe kinyo e ma shegan. Afe wípé ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tẹ́ fi wá lẹ́ fi délé lórúkọ Jésù. Aha, barikanku dezua. Nagesheku dezua. Barikanku jama. Wekobiro. Wekobiro. Ouesse. Les gens de France qui sont ici, merci beaucoup. Bienvenue. Que Dieu vous bénisse. Au nom de Jésus-Christ. Merci. Merci et au revoir.
All right, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow morning for those who will be joining us at the... All right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, colleagues. I know we are tired, but it's imperative that we have this physical cooperative meeting. So it's this same venue that we are going to use. So members of the National Cooperative, please wait behind. It's going to be a short meeting. And those who are interested in joining, you can also stay behind. Here.
Dear colleagues, for the first time in the history of the conference, we will be bringing it.
Hello. Please kindly remain standing wherever you are as the national anthem is going on. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, for the first time in the history of the conference, we will be bringing an international retail business consultant, Olivier.
Hi there. My name is Olivier from Paris, France. I am an international business consultant and a keynote speaker. Join me at the 15th International Edition of the Panel, where I will be leading three retail strategy masterclasses. 6 years ago, I had the opportunity to work with some Nigerian pharmacies, Etonia, Vanguard, Kunle, Health Plus, among others. I heard about 1,000 community pharmacists from Nigeria and Ghana will be attending Panel 15, both online and on-site. I look forward to seeing you all. It's game on.
The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here. Dear colleagues, for the first time in the history of the conference, we will be bringing an international retail business consultant, Olivier Riviere.
Hi there. My name is Olivier Riviere from Paris, France. I am an international business consultant and a keynote speaker. Join me at the 15th International Edition of The Panel, where I will be leading 3 retail strategy masterclasses. 6 years ago, I had the opportunity to work with some Nigerian pharmacies like Etonia, Vanguard, Kunle, Health Plus, among others. I heard about 1,000 community pharmacists from Nigeria and Ghana will be attending Panel 15, both online and on-site. I look forward to seeing you all. It's game on.
Asini Laborex Limited is a distributor of brands.
Asini Laborex is a
I remember vividly panel 1. I had the opportunity to attend physically. And guess what? There were a lot of things to learn. I had to purchase a lot of CDs to go back, listen, and learn all over again. Honestly, panel has played a significant role in our expansion and other opportunities that we've had to take as a business.
Freedom, give me fire.
Honestly, my business would not be where it is without panel. I remember as a rep way back, listening to CDs of panel when I drive and learning and growing and expanding my mind. And that's where we are today. Panel, you should be there.
Give me freedom.
Going places. This year our panel is going to be so exciting. We have an international conference speaker, and this is the first time this is happening in the panel. I have watched panel over the years evolve, and I am so excited with what's happening this year. So I expect to see you there, and as usual, of course, Bible Pharmacy will be there with a strong delegation. See you there.
Give me freedom, give me fire.
Years, every August I travel to Lagos to attend the panel, where I always recharge and refresh my business batteries. Each time I come back a better business owner. You can't make it, no wahala. You can join online. I'll be going there again this year. Are you coming?
Give me freedom, give me fire.
There are conferences and there are conferences. I make bold to tell you that the panel is the best organized conference in the pharma industry in Nigeria. You attend, you have no value, hold me responsible.
Community pharmacies all over the world are facing existential threats, and Nigeria is not exempted. Truth is that most retail pharmacies are not profitable enough. The good news is that this can be fixed, and it could start tomorrow for you. So join me at the Pharmacy Profitability Masterclass during Panel 15. We will take together a deep dive into tools and tactics to drive retail pharmacy profitability. So, hold your breath and let's dive together.
As we lose our inhibition, celebration, it surrounds us.